Thank you, Jigsaw. Welcome, welcome. Just setting everything up still. What's up, Lunar Lee? Thank you so much. I think at some point during today's stream that I'm gonna rewatch my first submitted Luigi's Mansion run. Whoa, oh my god, hang on. Did I miss that alert? Oh, my bad. Hang on. Thank you so much. Careful saying that on Twitch, you know. You can get banned for typing I'm 12 BTW. It's an automated thing, but that has happened to people. But yeah, thank you so much for the 10 more bucks, Luna. Thank you, Stardust. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. It's a lot of years, man. If I make a lot of money before then, or if I get really impulsive and make a bad decision, either one. Okay, whatever. So yeah, I didn't warm up or anything. This is my warm up. Um, Probably gonna do a bunch of any percent today. Might do some fun stuff. Didn't really like plan much of anything, but wow, perfect. I have, especially because I don't have Chauncey 1 cycle in my PB of low percent. However, I've got like a decent low percent time for my skill level. And I have actually even done some attempts of it, but you know, only when I was like switching categories from something else. Yeah, I have like a 101 in low percent. I think it's a low 101. Obviously, that's not too bad considering I had a 57 and no out of bounds. It's only a little bit slower than that. Doing just like the pearl dodging and stuff does lose quite a bit of time. Although the world record in low percent is insane. I think it might even be like a 57. I think it is a 57, yeah. I knew that that heart was going to come towards me. I had to be really weird about it. Oh, that's kind of in my way. Thank you so much, Atomic. Really good to see you, dude. Been a while. Yeah, Snap is fucking insane. One thing I do really want to do at some point, not really as like trying to get an insane time in it, but just as a challenge run, I want to do this category but also get low percent. Oh my god, I barely dodged that heart. How is this run still alive? Gotta be really careful here, too. I'm just gonna do that. Alright, not too bad, actually. I had to work really hard for that, though. Yeah, I've described this a couple of times, but the reason I want to do a low dead percent is because you can't drop any coins in Area 4 because you're at 1 HP, so you have to avoid every single bit of money in Area 4, so it would be a really big accomplishment. Okay. That hallway is unreasonably scary in this. Because it's easy to just, like, have a mouse spawn right next to you if you're not paying attention. Whoa. Good. If I get one cycle, this will be pretty insane pace. Dude, I did so good on the whatchamacallit, the damage in training room. Are your videos from 2015 still on your channel? Some of them? I don't have any of my videos, like, much older than that on my channel. There's a lot of videos that because I originally started my channel for Minecraft videos. I don't have any of those still up. But they're all unlisted. I've kept them. This is a little bit early letting go, I believe. Oh, yeah, I knew that was about to happen. Whatever. At least I missed one cycle already, so that's not too big of a hit to my ego. Yeah, I recently re-uploaded, or not re-uploaded, but relisted a lot of videos that had been unlisted on my channel. Obviously, just in general, I'm using YouTube more. I'm sometimes streaming on it. I still stream more on Twitch than YouTube, but I dual stream now, sometimes. I do like that YouTube actually keeps a backlog of your streams on your channel. And I like that it has its own tab. It would be really annoying if it was under the videos tab. But yeah, if you go to just like the live tab on my channel, you can see like my old live streams since I started co-streaming. Or dual streaming, I mean. This guy's an asshole. So it's really not that hard to do, but it is kind of annoying because YouTube streaming is really scuffed. So like, I have run into quite a few issues with it, but like, that's the part that's difficult about it, quote-unquote difficult. As opposed to, like, actually setting it up is really easy, actually. I use a thing, I'll tell you what it is called in a second when I'm not gaming. Aitum, like AITUM. I use that. It's just like a plugin that you can put on OBS. It's really not that bad. It has a couple of issues with it, but it's free, so. Or you can use the paid version, which does like 2 things extra and isn't worth it. Yeah, I mean, Twitch has made the conscious decision, especially as the years go on, to just not do good with VODs. At this point, it is a very intentional choice that they don't want to compete with YouTube in any way other than live streaming. You like that movement? I liked that movement. Yeah, there's a couple of really annoying things about the YouTube live stream. If your stream goes down and then you put it back up, the URL for your chat changes. So, like, you can't keep the same chat. You have to reopen it. Every single time in general that you go live, it's a different URL, which is such a weird and bad system. He nearly dragged me into that hard. I had to start playing very different very suddenly. Oh, come on, that didn't catch. Yeah, exporting VODs is miserable. They were saying how, like, you know, they extended the time that you can keep above the limit so that people could export their stuff. And they also, like, they beefed up, like, the way that you, like, export it. They put more resources into so that it actually, like, functions a bit faster or whatever. But because everyone had to do it at the same time, it's like, it was already a slow as fuck process. But it got so overwhelmed that it was like you couldn't even do it for a while there. That's ironic, because, like, the whole point is, like, yeah, get all this shit out of our storage so that we can save some money. But then at the same time, like, well, now we need to put extra power into people being able to export shit. And then nobody's going to use the export after they put all that extra power into it. You know, the moment that the restriction kicks in, nobody's going to use Twitch VODs ever again. But yeah, in the current era of content creation, it does feel like there's really no reason not to co-stream or dual stream. I keep saying that. Different words. The reason why I specify as co-streaming means streaming with someone else. Dual streaming means streaming on multiple platforms. Or multi-streaming, or whatever you want to call it. I do still have a lot of my my speedrun times as Twitch highlights, because I don't really care enough to export them, but I made sure that I was way below the limit. I have like 20 hours left now. I had to delete, like, my entire Persona 3 playthrough because I got too lazy to actually download it. It was taking way too long. Wow, really? Is that still early? I might have just let go too long. I feel like that's what it was. Sometimes when my air conditioner my right monitor just, like, blacks out for 2 seconds. Very weird issue. Because it's only that does it. Sounds good, Atomic. Thank you so much, man. Probabilities that booze can be in different objects in the rooms? Yes, those are all known. It is not equally likely. And Billy Exelor. I don't have them like memorized or anything. I have a pretty good feel for them just based off experience, but yeah, the actual numbers are known. One more frame, please get it. It was a very good first ghost. Oh, close to taking damage there. Oh man. Whoops, I fucked that up. Huh. Damn it. That's okay. We're just trying to warm up anyways. Sorry, I was just typing something. Someone in Fi-Fi's Discord was offering like a shit ton of like shiny dupes that he has. I kind of want 2 of them. It would be great if he was doing this on the last few HP, so that it would buffer like how much damage it was, but not very helpful when I'm that high. Beautiful. Thank you, SB. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well, man. Much love. Dude, Fi-Fi was relearning SMS 120 using your video the other day. Okay. I think I mash A slowly for that chest, because in my head it doesn't really register that, like, the mashing actually matters. I'm really looking forward to Fi-Fi coming back to streaming soon. I also went and touched him up on, like, more modern Luigi's Mansion strats. He's gonna be doing some hundo. Sketchy angle. Okay, it's fine. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh, right. Duh. Not running any percent. Well, I will be later. Oh, come on. People are convinced that you need to hold the flashlight off the entire time you're in this run to avoid lag. I just don't think it's a thing. There is definitely, like, lag to do with lighting effects in this run, but I don't think holding it off the entire time is actually what you need to do to avoid that lag. Not to mention that the lightning can just strike like that and sometimes cause the lag anyway. But I don't really understand exactly what you do about the lag, because sometimes it is way worse than others with the lighting shit. So I don't have the answer, so I don't bother, like, disagreeing with people who say to hold the flashlight off the whole time. As far as, like, you know, superstitions for time save go, that's a very harmless one, but I do think that it's not exactly correct. Damn it, I didn't let go all the way. I did actually have the right timing, I think, though. I just kept it pressed a little bit. I've had that habit ever since I got my trigger plug, because I'm basically holding it halfway all of the time that it's pressed anyways, so I forget to hold it like halfway. Thank you, Cam. Good to see you. Hope you feel better. That's definitely not bad for no Chauncey 1 cycle. What's up, Nick? Thank you for the good luck. That's okay, Cam. I'm really just fishing for Switch money by bringing it up anyway. Whoops. Damn it, one more frame. Please get it on this guy. Oh, get. Now just please get it in general. Let's go. Alright, we're fine. Losing some time. Hey, as long as they work better, I'd prefer to buy them once with the Switch and not have to replace them for $70. What's up, Moon Speedruns? Welcome. Appreciate the good luck. I'm doing pretty good. Luigi's not doing very good. This category is about staying at 1 HP. But I'm doing great. Appreciate you too, Cam. Whoa. Nice. Man, I really worked that situation. Thank you, Fast Gamer. Welcome. You say something very controversial, Purple Puncher? Hank. That's what it is, right? Very good. Come on. There you go, Jesus. Honestly, the 1 HP isn't anywhere near as scary as the fact that you're not allowed to pick up hearts in this category. That part is like 10 times scarier. But only because I have so much experience in the game. Obviously doing damageless is already hard. Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, it is like right down to the last second, because it is fairly possible to take damage in the final boss. Oh, grab that. Oh. Okay, well, fine. Oh, I forgot I still have low percent. I kind of do want to do low dead percent. Not enough to, like, compromise if I'm on a good dead percent run, I guess, but I should at least keep it in mind. I did activate a spot there that could have given guaranteed bills. Whoops. There you go. I was a little scared of that heart because I didn't know where in the room it was. Yo, Zombo. Welcome, welcome. Whoa. Unbelievable, dude. Wait, did he already switch rooms? I think I heard him switch rooms. Sick run, dude. Alright, let's switch to any percent. That's what I actually want to do today, mostly. Thank you, Zombo. Damn it. Fine pace, though. It's whatever. That was really good, actually, on that part. Oh, come on. Alright, good backup. Very average run here. I don't know why I'm treating this individual attempt like it's the end-all be-all. Close. Thought I heard him right there. Whoops. Oh, come on. There you go. Thank you, I appreciate it, Luke. I forgot I wanted to mess with my controller calibration. That would probably be pretty boring to do on stream. I can never quite guess with that stuff, though, because to me it's like just tedious thing that you have to do with no content going on. But there have been times where I've like messed with controller stuff and people have been like saying how interesting it was. I guess it is something that not a lot of people like see the behind the scenes of it, so if they don't do it themselves, they don't really know a lot about it. I do really like messing with controllers. Yeah. So I did originally start out doing Minecraft YouTube. That was the first, like, real content that I made. And then I switched to streaming on Twitch, and I was doing Pokemon Nuzlocke at first. And I pretty quickly transitioned onto speedrunning. But there was like a few months where I was a Pokemon streamer. And I had really loud, intrusive dubstep follow alerts because I wanted everybody who watched the stream to follow, and I thought that was the meta. Very funny looking back on it. So the opposite of how I do things now. But you know, coming from like the fucking Minecraft YouTube scene, it makes sense that that's where my head was at. Yeah, I was friends with a guy who gave me like a strat back in the day, right? Which was to grow your stream. Back when Twitch Plays Pokemon was like huge, you could literally just go live in the same category of whatever the fuck they were streaming at that point in time. And likely there would be, you know, like 3 or 4 people in that category, Twitch Plays Pokemon being one of them, with like, you know, they used to get thousands and thousands of viewers. So it would just boost the shit out of you in the directory. Our views have kind of spread out now. I could not disagree more with that. The vast majority of Twitch viewership is centered around the very top streamers. I think you just don't look at top streamers because you're not interested in their content. I guess when I say the vast majority, yes, it's not statistically the majority of all viewers on Twitch. However, the disparity is what I mean. To be more clear. Oh, with speedrunning. I see. Yeah. That I agree with. Yeah, it used to just be like a couple of big players, and anyone else was like, you know, streaming their speedruns for verification purposes, practically. No, that I do agree with. And even, like, nowadays, the big players in speedrunning, there still are some, but they don't get the numbers that they used to either. The people who do are actually, they're not streamers. They're people who make YouTube videos about speedrunning because it's a really undersaturated market to make, like, good speedrun YouTube content. Or engaging speedrun content, rather. That's why it is literally just like a couple of names, you know, it's Summoning Salt, it's... I don't know if EasyScape is still around, I haven't kept up with him in forever. But, like, you know, the one channel that I really don't like name-dropping, Speed Docs, already running out of names, Carl Jobs, Jobst, whatever it is. We don't have enough videos about speedrunning cheaters. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we need some more of those. Glad Jonas was never the worst of them. That title easily goes to R. White Goose. Which I still think it's so unbelievably funny that Speedrunners I Hate was primarily a satire about him in Apollo Legend. Glad Jonas as well, but less so. Glad Jonas even appeared in the series. He was very much, like, he was actually, like, very into it and cool about it. But yeah, it was basically satirizing R. White Goose and Apollo Legend, who, like, rest in peace, by the way. I'm not saying that I, like, still hate that guy. I never really hated him. I actually kind of liked him, but I hated his YouTube content. But yeah, R. White Goose is a fucking piece of work. He's definitely the one that was, like, the most toxic. And, you know, I was talking shit on him before it was publicly known that he was a Nazi, so... Good read on that one from me. What's up, Joking Bomb? Good to see ya. Damn it. Not letting go. Firmly enough. I hate the way that Autolock tends to end up prioritizing the purple one there. I don't know if it's just like hard-coded in or if it's like the way that they're always positioned, but it feels like Autolock prefers the purple ones for some reason. How has stream been? It's been pretty good so far. I haven't seen anything from Goose. I don't know if he's still around in many years, but I don't get the impression he was really sorry yet. remember Author Blues being in my chat. Oh, I forgot to finish my thought actually before that. Yeah, so it was mostly a satire of those two channels, and it's so funny to me that on the Author Blues episode, my pinned comment for a while, it got deleted because he realized this, but yeah, my pinned comment was our White Goose saying like, this series is like the future of speedrunning content or something to that extent. He was like highly praising the video because he didn't quite realize the satire behind it. But yeah, my other thing I was gonna say was I remember Author Blues being in my chat at one point and we were talking about our White Goose being kind of toxic. And I used the comparison that, which was a very relevant comparison at the time. I said he's basically like the Alex Jones of speedrunning. It's like, he's not necessarily always malicious, but like, goddammit if he doesn't fuel a lot of like really malicious sentiment, and take no accountability for it, and say shit that he shouldn't, and kind of prey on like, you know, insecure or mentally unstable people. And Author Blues was like, he like really strongly agreed. He said that's like the best way to look at it, and that he wished that he had come up with it. So I have a whole series on my YouTube channel. It's called Speedrunners I Hate. And it's a satire series where basically I take streamers that I think are really good and that I'm friends with, and I make like a fake hate video about them. And it's like an advertisement of their channel, basically. But yeah, I haven't made one in like a really long time. I don't know if I'll ever go back to it. But it's a very unfinished series. But some of the videos I really like still and think hold up super well. There's a couple of them I don't like anymore. Whoa. Nice. Okay, we're good. We're good. Shit. We're not good. Dude, the Trev person clip is fucking amazing, yeah? That video is so funny. I still rewatch that, like, pretty often. I also have that for my minimum donation alert. If you donate $169, oh, it's porn, nice. For anyone who doesn't know, someone said in Trev's chat, like, many years ago, I stopped watching Brazzers for this. And he didn't know that that was a porn company. And so he starts talking about, like, it's actually, like, pretty rude to say that to a streamer, thinking it was another streamer. And, yeah, and then he gets really embarrassed, and it's a super funny. That scared the shit out of me. I think I have that set too loud. Was that too loud for you guys, or just me? But yeah, that I love that clip, dude. No, it's perfect? Okay, cool. Oh, nice. Good name. Yeah, thank you so much. He really does turn like beet red, yeah. What's up, Minnie? Good to see you. It is a lot of years. Joke of the century. That did start off very promising. Goddamn first skew has started becoming an issue for me for some reason. Right there, it was just I thought that the bat was under me, and then it wasn't for the first attempt at it. But yeah, I don't know why I'm struggling with that sometimes now. Yeah, why don't I do that? It's a good idea. Decent. Alright. Whoa. I really thought I went too early there. I could have just kept walking, but it scared me. That is funny. Joking Paul. Honestly though, most of the time, if you're golding every split, it tends to be a sign that, that you don't have good golds in the first place, so you're probably, like, you know, you got room to improve in the category anyway. It's not as crazy, you know? Whoa. Dude, the reaction time required for that shit is so high sometimes. Or I guess so low. Close. Yeah, fair, fair. Also, ads in 30 seconds for my Twitch homies. Just warning you. But you gotta put up with them because today's my special day. I thought about as a meme for my Switch fund, just putting like the absolute maximum amount of ads on the channel for today. But it's too much, honestly. It actually just isn't possible to watch the stream like that. I don't want people to actually have to watch that. Thank you so much, Lou. I really appreciate the 831. Oh, right, because currency conversion. That makes sense. I was thinking to myself, does that mean something? Currency conversion. Makes sense. Oh, is that what it was? Oh. Wait, yeah, I didn't look at that. Okay. Okay, so like you put the camera between a girl's legs, like under her, right? And then the 8 is her butt, the 3 is her pussy, and then the 1 is a dude's dick coming into the camera shot from standing to her right. There you go. The sex number. Oh, it's porn, nice. Yeah, way back in the day, I did Minecraft videos. I mean, I've also run other games. I run Kirby Air Ride, and I did Luigi's Mansion 3. I've done Majora's Mask. Sometimes I stream casual games. No Minecraft speedruns. Yeah, I did casual. And I did a lot of, like, survival games shit. How well do you think you remember LM3? I could go through the motions, but I certainly wouldn't remember, like, routes for the floors, necessarily. And I definitely wouldn't remember, like, the optimization. But some of the strats I absolutely would be able to do easily. Especially, like, the actual ghost fights, I definitely would still be able to do. Stuff like Serpsy would be hard. But, honestly, I probably do still even remember how to do Serpsy. It would just take me a bit of trying. Yeah, Serpsy was always difficult anyways. Whoops. That sucks. I really, really, really need to stop failing that. I think I'm going right on the control stick too early is why that's happening. Yeah, I do think that's what it is. I'm shocked that he was there. I thought I fucked up the positioning there so bad. Damn it. I have LM2 and I've played it some. I don't know if you know that, but I hate it. I hate it. No, I love Wind Waker. I absolutely love Wind Waker. That's not right. I have a sort of ironic, sort of not hatred of Super Mario Sunshine. I list it as my least favorite game. I have some really serious gripes with it. But yeah, no, I get people liking it. I've watched like thousands of hours of the speedrun and stuff. Like, it's not as though I despise the very concept of it or anything. Well, that's what I say. Honestly, like, if we're being for real, take the mask off type shit, it's not my least favorite game ever. You know, there's really, really bad video games out there. My least favorite game is this one game I watched. I have no idea what the title is, but it was a Steam game that was listed for like $40 or something. And the entire thing was walking through corridors as enemies try to attack you. There was absolutely no mechanics to it other than that. And to win, you just had to take the right, like, 4 turns from the start of the game. People, like, jokingly did speedruns of it, because it is literally like a 10-second long game, playing casually if you pick the right paths. And yeah, obviously, just listed there in case anyone accidentally buys it. I haven't played Galaxy in a really long time, but I think I like it better than SMS. The gripe that I have with Galaxy is that the movement is really, really slow. Like, if you're trying to get from point A to point B, you can't just get there. You have to fucking waddle all the way over there. Odyssey is my favorite 3D Mario. But I just, in general, don't like 3D platformers. So, what does my opinion matter? Yeah, I agree, Minnie. What's up, Akane? Good to see you. SMS got better each playthrough, but Galaxy becomes bland for me. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. I do fuck with that way of expressing it. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that people, like, cut SMS slack on, especially people who, like, glaze that game, they always just don't acknowledge, or, like, there's just a gap. They are incapable of seeing the fact that all of the secret levels where you don't have the hover nozzle are objectively bad. They are so bad. And I know people have the thought when they hear that, like, oh, but, I mean, you just gotta get better at the game. No, they are poorly designed. They are bad. They are not well designed. They're not good. They're literally, like, if you take the concepts of making good level and game design, they break every single rule in a non-creative way. You know, breaking rules is fine, but you have to be doing it for a good reason. They're actually just bad. Movement without Flood absolutely sucks, but there's like 10 more levels to why they're so bad. The fact that they're in an endless void means that you can't judge where you are based on shadow. The fact that they use the same copy-paste objects that you're platforming through, but change the sizes of them, means you can't use depth perception. When you do a dive rollout, you're completely locked into it until you land and slide for a bit. But it's also one of the only ways that you can go forward at all without Flood. So the fact that they have it set up that way basically makes it completely impossible to do without an insane amount of trial and error and good execution. And, just in general, the fact that there's, like, no checkpoints in them or anything like that as well makes it so that they're completely miserable. Even if you can do the first part, you gotta do it over and over again because they put hard shit at the end, too. Also, the life system also really, really fucks those up because you only get so many tries at them. And unless you know where you know, there's almost always one-ups in them, but unless you know, like, exactly which nail they're under, you have to go and you have to fucking hit every single one. Most of the time you have to go really far out of your way to get the one-ups, and sometimes it's even, like, you know, easier to die before getting it than it is to get it. Just so many things wrong with the secret levels. Damn it. But yeah, you can't, in general, have it be a good thing to make segments that require trial and error and punish you for doing trial and error. It's just not good game design most of the time. There's exceptions, but again, exceptions to the rule. That's super true as well, Lou. Actually, that's a great point. Yeah, Luna. The slope physics are really tough to judge until you have a shit ton of experience. That's also another really good point. The only differences between SMS movement and SM64 movement are flood and camera controls? What? There's no kick, which is a huge amount of movement tech in SM64. There isn't a long jump. There's the dive rollout. There's a couple of things that are just fucked up in SMS, like the fact that the dive button and the pick up item button are the same button. Yeah, I don't think that the movement, even when it's like the same, like, basic concepts, I don't think the side flips are anything alike. I don't think that the wall kicks are very alike. The wall kicks are kind of similar, actually. No, the wall kicks are kind of similar. But because the camera is so different, you can use them very differently. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one, Chief. Oh, true. Yeah, the slide. Actually, you're right about that. I wasn't even thinking about that, yeah. Yeah, you can slide down the wall in SMS. Damn, if you'd asked me to guess whether you could grab a ledge out of rollout, I probably would have said no. Yeah, I would have assumed, I guess, that you would bonk on the side no matter what. I'm really surprised that's a thing, actually. Yeah, you can wall kick. You can actually, like, do glitched wall kicks in SMS, which is, I mean, it's a bit of tech where you like, change the camera as you do a wall kick. And those give you, like, way more control. You can, like, move forwards in the direction that you're facing by, like, wall kicking basically towards where you were going. Really fucking weird. If you have, like, a corner where the hitboxes extend all the way to the skybox, which is a thing, like, semi-frequently in SMS, but if you have a corner like that, you can just glitched wall kick all the way up. And there's no, like, upper limit in SMS, so you could just infinitely wall kick. I think you might even be able to do it on a flat wall with glitched wall kicks if you do it really well. I'm not sure, though. Oh, absolutely. I totally agree with you on that. You will find no opposition to that statement, Joking Bomb. You definitely got, like, the bad role of giving your opinion in a room full of SMS speedrunners. Right, no, I've seen that, Lou. I thought that glitch just sent you really high up, though, because you can also do that with a couple glitches. It's not just the one way to do it. And I've seen people mostly do it with, like, the one where you just store, like, infinite rocket. But yeah, I thought it just went on forever, and they just, like, went only so high. Believe it or not, that exact same thing where you can just, like, fall for hours is a thing in Breath of the Wild. You can also do that in Breath of the Wild. No, I hear you joking about. That's kind of why I was trying to like, I was trying to back up because I realized that you have like a super valid casual perspective on it. I didn't mean to make this like a 1v8. We're all on the same team here. That's funny, Lou. What the hell? That's insane, because that could easily happen casually. What the fuck? Just every day I learn a new reason to continue saying SMS is my least favorite game. Come on. Playing Ballad of Gales, so the cyclone just takes you up into the sky. It keeps going forever until you cancel it. Oh, that's amazing. That's a great way to have that glitch work as well. That's so funny. What's up, Tezza? Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. There you go. Pretty slow getting it, though. This isn't, like, on pace or anything. Doing way better at that trick than I was doing yesterday. Or whenever the fuck I last streamed, I don't remember. Good. Damn it, inbounds. Barely inbounds, too. Someone using it to get to the top of Tower of the Gods. I mean, Tower of the Gods is just like a fucking... It's just like a rendered block, right? It's not like there's actually anything up there, right? Honestly, though, it might not be that way, because Wind Waker's kind of like that. Is there shit on the top of it when you're, like, in the ocean? That actually could be the case. Oh, okay. That's even weirder. Gotcha. Yeah, that's even weirder. Ugh. Is that a slag for ringing the real bell? I have to go to the other map to actually do anything. Oh! That's super interesting. Why is that useful then? Or did someone just do it for fun? I was assuming you meant as, like, routing. Just to show it's possible. That is really cool. What's even the flag for a Cyclos to spawn? I forget. Like, obviously when you do the song in Dragon Roost, there's like a cutscene, but is that just when he spawns? Multi-streaming is not hard to set up now. The thing that I use is called AITUM. You could just Google that. And it's just like you put it on OBS. And yeah, it's pretty functional. There's a couple of issues with it, but it's not that bad and it's free. But yeah, it's not that hard. Brother. Oh my god. Fuck that attempt in every way. He's in the overworld from the start of the game. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's funny. Discord I was looking at, they're all talking about like game prices. I just made a banger joke. They were saying like not all AAA titles deserve to be the price that they are, which is a based opinion and something that not enough people are paying attention to. The fact that like the biggest problem with game prices right now in terms of public perception is that the price of a game is just the price of a game, and that you're paying for a cartridge. Like that's not how it works. So people are perfectly willing to spend ungodly amounts of money on a game that has very little effort put into it. Even a AAA game, you know, like, great examples, like, Call of Duty should not be anywhere near the price of Tears of the Kingdom. One of them has absolutely revolutionary physics that have never been done before as a side thing. Like, they just put that in there 'cause, you know? Not to mention that they, like, made the rest of the game. Whereas, you know, every single year they pump out a Call of Duty, and it's Call of Duty, and you've played it before. And yes, they put some new graphics into it, and yes, there's like slightly different rules to the game, but it's Call of Duty. But yeah, anyway, they were talking about that, and someone said, looking at you, Scarlet Violet. So I responded, no, silly, those aren't $60. You can't catch them all unless you pay $100. Oh, come on. What is wrong with these guys today? Yeah, what is up, Zircon? Very good to see you, man. Much love. It's going pretty good. There's a Korean Wind Waker version, and it's 400 pounds on eBay. Wow. I remember at one point Snap had a fascination with trying to find, like, all the obscure shit that you could maybe do with LM. He was looking to see if there was, like, any, like, different versions of it that we weren't aware of, or, like, you know, he got the Panasonic Q to see if it loaded differently. Which it did, but it didn't help. Yeah, that's fair, Lou. I think that's pretty common for it to just be the same as the US one. Well, of course, Daydreamer. We're not necessarily saying, like, that price is even obscene. It's just, you know, the price, like, the market for retro games is very, very strange. I mean, you know, there's games that people will pay, like, $4,000 for open, you know? And it's not like, oh, some eBay seller just listed it for that. It's like, no, that's like what it's worth because people pay it. You're not going to get it for less than that, so like, it's just how the market works, you know? Milk is the kind of guy who would. I'm sad that I haven't talked to him in forever. He disappeared off the internet, and then also, I think, he knew my ex-girlfriend, and now things are weird. I don't know if we're on good terms. I miss that guy, though. Yeah, I'm still so upset about the fact that physical copies of Switch 2 games do not contain the game on the cartridge. They're just keys that unlock a digital download. That really bothers me. It's the way of the world, but it's going to be really bad for preservation, really bad for, like, you know, the actual rights of the owner of the copy. I do think part of it is that they want to try to make pirating a bit harder, but I mean, pirating's still gonna happen. Yeah, you just think about, like, eventually enough years will go by that there aren't ways to download the game even if you own it. It's not anywhere in the near future, obviously, but it's like, yeah, they're gonna have to be preserved properly. That was funny. What is Chibi Robo? I'm Chibi Robo. Little Robo faces. I really like the Twitch robot faces. We're sad about Chibi Robo because we were talking about, like, games being, like, hard to get for a good price, I think. Damn it. My relationship with Chibi Robo is, that when we used to go to Blockbuster when I was a kid, me and my sister would have to pick one game that we both agreed on. And so I would ask pretty much every time for Chibi Robo because I really liked the cover of it. And she would say no every time, and I've still never played it to this day. Whoa. So apparently Amazon, it seems like, won't be selling the Switch 2 or first-party games, as far as we can tell right now. I only just saw that news, but that's interesting. This is a secondhand story, but it's really funny to me. A content creator that I really like has this story about when he was a kid, and he was obsessed with Nintendo, right? And so they went to Blockbuster, and they had a demo up for SM64 before it came out. And so he went up to this demo, and he was so excited. And he tries to start playing it. And because it was the first 3D game he'd ever played, he didn't know how to do the controls, so he just gripped it like, you know, like an SNES controller. And he was trying to use the D-pad to move, and he spent like 20 minutes in the store trying to just move and never got to play the game, and he cried. It's so funny to me. I feel so bad for him, but like, oh my god. Don't worry, Joking Bomb. You can feel this way about, like, about Radio Shack. You probably went there once. Or Toys R Us? Toys R Us? Dude, I could not get the positioning I wanted there. Close. Where did you say won't? I said Amazon won't. As far as we're aware. But yeah, GameStop, Target, Walmart, and Best Buy are all confirmed. GameStop and Target are specifically confirmed for April 24th. At different times, though. 11 a.m. Eastern for GameStop, midnight Eastern for Target. And obviously this only applies to Americans, what I'm saying. Oh no, Redbox. Have you guys ever seen anything about that Redbox original movie? It has, oh, what's his face? Oh, I'm blanking on his name. Really weird actor. But yeah, they had a movie called The Fanatic. And it had... What the hell is his name? John Travolta playing a mentally handicapped person. And the plot of the movie... Also, very important to mention, directed by Fred Durst, the singer from Limp Bizkit. Yeah, and the plot of the movie is just this guy really likes horror movies, and so he tries to stalk a famous guy from horror movies, and he breaks into his house, and, like, they both end up assaulting each other in different ways, but he gets, like, his hand shot off, and his eye stabbed out, and so then he spends the rest of his life on Hollywood Boulevard, like, pretending to be a pirate. You know, people like cosplay on Hollywood Boulevard for money. Pretends to be a pirate. And this movie played in theaters, sold about $3,000 worth. $3,000 is what they made from its cinematic release. It's actually a number so small that you can accurately look up and find the ones digit of how much money they made on this movie. There's also a scene where, like, the famous guy that I was talking about is in a car with his son, and he puts on Limp Bizkit, and they starts telling his son, like, oh yeah, this is real music, like, isn't this great? And the kid's like, yeah man, I love Limp Bizkit. It's called The Fanatic. Yeah, in case you were wondering what John Travolta's up to nowadays. This is good. I would love if that was the commentary of my PB. Hang on, let's get this one. Oh, that's too far. Damn it. Yeah. Ah, it's sad. It's not recent, no. But I mean, I assure you he's not doing anything better now than he was then. Beautiful. Yeah, if only I'd gotten that the first try. Yeah, how's it going, Zombie Slayer? Thank you. Still gonna try to gold this split, because I don't think my gold is, like, amazing. It's also just good to get practice on console for this trick. It's very inconvenient to practice on console. So, you know, like the slight difference in input delay and just in general, like looking at my TV instead of my monitor, like those things can matter to nailing a trick. Yeah, that is a pretty good idea. Also, I fuck with Red because he's one of the few people who agrees with me that, oh, fuck me. He's one of the few people that agrees with me that, that Gad Warp is, like, kind of fucked up for practice in ways that other people just, like, pretend don't exist. Did you start playing on console? I've always played on console for runs. I practice on emulator. But yeah, I always do console for runs. I mean, it's a matter of preference, Lou. I prefer using save states for some stuff. Back when I was grinding super seriously, I would do segment practice for some stuff. I think segment practice is really useful in this game. And then, like, there's stuff that Gad Warp can be used for very effectively. Like, it is absolutely just the best way to practice, the twins. Because you can, you know, control the actual outcome and practice, like, people use Gad Warp to try and make it so that they have setups, like actual setups for twins double from different spawn points. Which is a shit ton of memorization and shit. So I haven't tried to learn that, especially because I don't currently run a category that needs to. But yeah, Gad Warp is the best way to do that. Unless you literally want to go and make a save state for every single possible outcome of the twins positioning and use that instead. I don't think that room really lags. I think sometimes it lags like a frame stutter here and there, but yeah, it's probably completely fine to practice that on emulator. There's some stuff that's really, really detrimental to practice on emulator though, like Armory Room, or Bogmire's really bad to practice on emulator. I think Weston's pretty bad to practice on emulator. Yeah, especially for Chauncey One Cycle, I think emulator is like by far the best way to practice that. Which sucks because, yes, the input delay will be different from console. But you kind of just gotta suck that up and use it anyways, honestly, in my opinion. Because at the end of the day, it's the input delay that changes, you know? It's not anything about the inputs you're doing. The timing is exactly the same, which is important, right? And Chauncey is based on audio a lot of the times, as opposed to, like, the visuals or anything anyways. So as long as you're not using, like, you know, I have to take these wireless headphones off and use my earbuds when I do Chauncey on emulator so that there isn't audio delay. But, like, you're basically practicing it, like, the exact same anyways, as long as you, like, you know, don't give a shit about the slight input delay. Yeah, Chauncey on Gadwarp is super fucked up, because none of the boss fights work correctly on Gadwarp. So they have a solution for it, right? You can practice Chauncey on Gadwarp, you just have to get hit by the first Rocking Horse instead of dodging it, and then you get the correct ball pattern. But yeah, I mean, have fun baking that into your muscle memory, then accidentally doing it on good pace. Also, I'm still not convinced that it's exactly the same anyway. Something nobody, like, acknowledges, I've brought it up a few times to LM runners, and they just, like, their eyes glaze over when I say it. The fact that Gadwarp is, you know, running off of completely different code, because you're injecting codes into Luigi's Mansion, it literally just stands to reason that the lag would be different on it because there's different things happening. You know, I know that a lot of lag has to do with the disk reader, but not all of it. You know, like, there just is more code when you inject Gadwarp on. And so I do think it probably lags completely differently. That's one of those things that's like, you know, I'm not gonna go trying to prove that because I don't give a shit, but nobody's looked into it and they just pretend that's not a thing. It depends how you load it. I mean, you can use Gadwarp on emulator or console. So it depends entirely on how you load it. I was speaking of if you're using it on console, but... That's because of Nintendo as a loader. Nintendo as a loader actually changes lag and loads. We currently don't allow Nintendo in Luigi's Mansion at the top of the boards. Gecko is allowed. Although I think Gecko's weird too. I've switched to using Disc Channel. I used to use Gecko just because I was too lazy to keep batteries in my Wii Remote. But yeah, I recently switched to using Disc Channel because I feel like Gecko's fucked up. I don't think it's exactly the same, but people say with such certainty that it is. Again, it's one of those things that I don't get where they're getting that certainty. But yeah, people like... It's just some people. But they do, like, really die on the hill of, like, no, it's exactly the same. I've never, like, gotten a good answer why they think that. What is Gadwarp? It is a set of codes that somebody made, that basically make practicing Luigi's Mansion easier. You know, you can, like, warp to specific rooms, you can reload a room easier. You can set, like, the RNG for Booze to be, like, perfect every time. Quote-unquote perfect. That sort of stuff. Yeah, it's just a practice tool. Unfortunately made by a Nazi, who put his branding all over it, so that part sucks, too. Talking a lot about Nazis today's stream. I didn't mean to do that, it's just they've come up organically twice. Oh, wait, I got that. I really didn't think I did. Also, why is there another mouse? Did I leave the room? Wow, I'm lucky that he wasn't there. I would have clicked down. Opened the camera really late. Also, that's a fucked up angle. Yeah, so I got that again. Cool. That's way faster, but I didn't do it on purpose. That's not good enough. That's probably not good enough either. Whatever, let's just try to actually get to Bowser. What am I doing, man? What is wrong with me right now? Yeah, I will say Gecko definitely isn't like noticeably different. I feel like I do notice a very subtle difference, but you know, noticeably by normal people standards, Gecko definitely isn't super different. Nintendo is super different, noticeably. Oh, come on. Beautiful. I'm getting that today, dude. Oh, I split really late there. Fuck. The whole point was to go for the gold. I can retime the gold if I get it. Difference how? Load and lags. Just, I mean, it depends on the settings that you have on it and shit. But, yeah, Nintendo can save time on load and lags. Oh, Gecko compared to Disc Channel? I feel the difference, I think, on Ghost Suck-Ups specifically feel different to me. In a very subtle way, but like, yeah, getting consistent damage on Ghosts feels slightly different to me. Which is actually very reasonable because that happens between emulator and console as well. On emulator, there's like legitimately, and I don't know where it comes from, like what it is specifically, but there is like a significant noticeable difference on like how Ghost Suck-Ups feel. That's why I was saying like Bogmire is bad to practice on emulator because he works like so differently. Ah, good try. Anyway, all of this stuff that I'm saying is way more like, I don't know. I'm not saying any of this as like, I know better. But I do know that other people don't know and won't say they don't know, which always annoys me. That's really my outlook on a lot of things in life. It's good to say you don't know when you don't know. As easy as it can sometimes be to get away with pretending to know something, like, you know, it's sometimes way more problematic than you perceive it to be. Because people like, you know, put trust in that shit. If you're saying it and getting away with it, they're putting trust in what you said, and sometimes that can like actually matter. That's one of the things that really upsets me about my ex-girlfriend. She really did have the and she said it to me a couple of times, and it's like, it really does ring through in her actions now that I look back on it. But she would say, like, well, if you say anything confidently enough, people will believe you. That's, like, not a good thing to act on, dude. Yeah, I thought about, as I was saying that, Exilor, that it would come off that way. I get it. I just also thought about my therapist telling me to be more open talking to people. She did not like turning spheres inside out. It's a problem. And she kept thinking you were talking about yourself when you bring up imaginary numbers. Okay, I'm going to talk about something that's like political, but it isn't. It's just funny. So everyone, you're not allowed to any politics go through your brain from this. But with the whole tariffs thing, people very quickly figured out where they got the numbers for the initial like announcement, right? Because they had that whole billboard of numbers for each country, and the math was actually pretty easy to figure out. It was like, you know, imports times exports of a country compared to the US divided by like exports or whatever the fuck it was. But it was literally just like, yeah, checking how much they import and export relative to how much America imports and exports. And so people figured that out and said, hey, that's a really, really bad way to calculate tariffs, which it objectively is. Sorry, political, but it just is. Anyway, the response to that was for them to put out an equation that they said, no, actually this was the equation. And it was written in like several different mathematical languages. But if you like spent the very large amount of time it takes to actually try to figure out what the fuck the equation they put out meant, it literally just says the exact same equation, except on the bottom it says 4 times a quarter times what people were saying it was. Which, obviously 4 times a quarter is 1, and that doesn't actually do anything. They just wanted it to look more confusing. Yeah, those should be interchangeable as far as I'm aware. I don't know any reason why that would matter. Like that's just like an elitist thing, right? That's like some Oxford comma shit. Or Oxford. Yeah, no, Oxford comma, that's the right thing. I thought I said apostrophe for a second, and then I had to remember the word apostrophe. Yeah, what's up, KWD? Thank you so much. Dude, it really is, KWD. It's really weird. And it's funny because, like, I always use 2017 as, like, the cutoff of, like, 2017 being, what is it, 8 years ago? Feels so fucked up. But, like, 2019 being 7 years ago, I could see that. Somehow those are different to me. I don't know why that year specifically, but 2017 is fucked up. Close. No. Ah. Imagine I got that one, though. "2018 feels nearer than 2019 to me." That's weird. Okay, I see. Yeah, I didn't watch it. I just don't really care very much. I did obviously, like, I'm the target demographic and was into all the content cops when they came out. And then I actually liked his era of, like, the first Creator Clash and stuff. Haven't really kept up with him after that. Yeah, I just think it's weird. I, like, tried to give him too much credit, too. My sister was talking about, like, he announced it the other day. I was like, well, he's got his event coming up, right? He's probably just trying to drum up hype for that. So there's, you know, he's literally vocal. He's publicly talked, like, a lot about how he looks down on, like, the era of content cop and shit, and that he was, like, basically sending hate towards people. So it's like, yeah, I was saying, like, well, there's quite a chance that it's going to be, like, a satire video, or it's going to be, like, you know, about, like, a corporate channel. That would be fine. That would be interesting if it wasn't like, oh, fuck this guy. It was like, you know, there was actually something he was, like, exposing. I was giving it way too much credit of, like, well, don't jump to conclusions. And, like, yeah, no, it was... it was just that simple. He just made another one. Whatever. But yeah, you know, just from him having those two words in the title, it was just guaranteed to have millions of views no matter what it was. Like, tens of millions, obviously. Oh, so it was actually? Okay, well, whatever. Oh, wait, are you saying... No, Ultimatum is in a bad one, not like, oh, I'm fucking... I need to do better or something? Like, he was actually just shitting on the guy still. When I first read that, I thought you were saying, like, no, it was actually kind of like what I was saying, where it wasn't a real one. Fair enough. Yeah, I stay far away from that entire, like, creator sphere, honestly. just have no interest. Very negative people. Yeah, I've said it a lot of times already, but I watch a lot of Ludwig's shit. He's like definitely he's one of them sort of creators that I really look up to, because he's, you know, like of a similar stature, but he's like really like locked it down. He's got good people surrounding him, you know. It's like, I don't know. I feel like he's just what you should strive to be as a big content creator, you know? I don't know, maybe one day it comes out he did some horrible shit, but like, he's done a lot of good, you know? I love that, you know, he was putting his own money into like running giant events just for the fun of it, you know, for people to have a good time. Supporting where he came from, you know, he put on so much shit for the Melee community. Just because that's where he started. I don't know, he's a good bean. Not a good bean or a good movie. I have actually seen that before. Well, I've seen a video about it. I have not watched it. I think I got the gist of it though. Sounds good, Luna. Appreciate you. Good. There, okay. Late on X. Yeah, I feel you, Lou. I mean, like, I guess sort of the same. You know, I was interested in Joe Rogan before he went off the fucking rails and started being an asshole. I was interested in Jordan Peterson. Well, with Jordan Peterson, I feel like way more people got, like, a horrible message from him. I was interested in, like, his actual old lectures where he was just talking about, like, philosophy and stuff. But yeah, like, I was leaning on that side of shit. I feel like a lot of people, if they were watching the same stuff as I was, would have just gotten into that whole thing. It's just, I feel like I was not very susceptible to it, because it's like, I was mostly watching those things just because they were intellectually stimulating. But yeah, it is crazy just how much, like, you know, people always talk about, like, the alt-right pipeline, or whatever you want to call it. But, you know, the best way to avoid that is just, like, try to be a good person and also think about things. And then you don't end up there. Like, that's kind of what I'm trying to say, is, like, even consuming a lot of stuff that is, you know, people say is like, oh, that'll lead you right there. That's the propaganda that causes it. It's like, pretty far left. Not, like, all the way there, but... Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's like a super opposite perspective on it. That's interesting. Yeah, because like you are consuming stuff where it's like, yeah, it is very well thought out. And I was sort of seeking that out so that I could like, I could pick it apart and make my own thoughts. But then if you just listen to it and you're like, you know, you're looking for like, the substance of it, and you're just like using that as your own, yeah, that probably is pretty easy to fall into. I think this is also a lot of why I've realized that it's really, really valuable, and this is something that I wish I realized way sooner. It's really, really valuable to recognize that people are intelligent even if they don't seem so in the way that you think of intelligence. Because I used to get really, really annoyed at people that I thought were stupid. And I would call it out, and I would be like very, I don't know. I thought that I was challenging people to do better, but I think in general, even if you're super well reasoned, a lot of the times telling someone you're stupid is like something that either, first of all, they're going to go, no, I'm not, and it won't mean anything. They'll just feel bad. Or the other way, they're going to think, oh, I might be. And that's really bad because it sort of kills that spark to try to learn, you know? Because I think trying to learn is something that is really, really good for you. Trying to think, trying to learn, both of them. And yes, unfortunately, there is a huge disparity. Not everyone is as good at those things as each other. But everyone betters themselves by trying, you know, and just being resigned to thinking that you're not capable of that is like, I feel really bad for that sort of outlook. And I think anyone who feels that way, it's like, it's way more important to avoid causing that to me than it is to like get to call someone stupid. So yeah, nowadays I try really hard to like, I still advocate for whatever, you know, I think is right or important, but I try to be way more understanding of other people and like, I guess, even if I understand their point and I know that they're wrong, I try to look at it as like, how do I guide this person to seeing it in a better way, as opposed to like, you know, crush their spirit, break it, and they must rebuild. I don't think that's good.
Hello?
Yeah, exactly, Exler, exactly. Yo, Fuzzy Pickle. Yeah, that's a really good example. Like, obviously, substitute the color for just like whatever the subject is, but yeah, like, people can appear as if they're like at a very basic level of understanding when they say something, and actually be like clarifying something much grander than you think. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I am glad that I've changed in that way. It's also weird looking back on it because I used to be very I was very aware that people would respond to me with like you know, like, there's no need to be so rude. And I guess I sort of internalized that like I couldn't do much about people feeling that way, right? But that I was trying to do the right thing. I wish I had gotten what they were actually trying to say, because there's no need to be so rude didn't register in my head as you could do more good by like bettering yourself in your ability to perceive others as as valuable as they are. You know? Like, that's a lot of words to put into hey man, you're being rude. But like, yeah, once I made that connection in my head, like looking back, it's like, oh yeah, a lot of people did try to tell me that. It's just, I didn't truly see it as being rude because I thought I was being helpful. Because, you know, there is something to like needing a wake-up call or whatever. But it's complicated. It's definitely complicated. No, definitely, Lou. Yeah, I used to get that a lot. I think because people would tell me that sometimes, and I would be like, I I would sort of get it, but also I'd be like, well, I'm just some fucking kid who's mouthing off. I never saw myself as like, you know, an oppressive power. Let's say, you know, because like that's always in my life. It's like when I find something scary, it has to have some sort of like some direct threat, you know, like that's what's scary about it. And so to me, it's like, well, I'm, you know, chin up, I'm not going to hurt you. But I do realize that the feeling of something being like over your head, but the sentiment there being you're wrong is actually really, that's cause for concern, you know? I don't like that I put people in that spot, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, Joking Bomb. Yeah, we got pretty into discussion, so I took a moment, but... Alright, peace, Luna. Dude, I forgot about the reactions thing on YouTube. Yeah, I think so, Lou. I think it's definitely... I've gotten better at expressing myself, and I think you've gotten better at, like, thinking for yourself. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's really true as well, yeah. I know that a lot of people have that with me, actually. Maybe even still. Of, like, I'm a very passionate person, and, like, I know that when I go off about something, I go off about it, right? So it's like, it doesn't necessarily correlate to people like, you know, they'll even think like, well, he's very well reasoned when he does that. That doesn't mean that you can anticipate my reasoning and avoid doing that. I 100%, and I feel that way about other people, and I get it, and yeah, that's a toughie. That is a toughie. Because I don't solve that either by just like, you know, not expressing those feelings. Definitely, I think I do a lot of good when I express those feelings a lot of the times. But yeah, the world is just a really fucking complicated place, you know? It's hard to not step on anybody's toes. I hate when people say, like, being nice is free, you know, or like it's not that hard to just be polite. It's like, it's really fucking hard to be polite. All the time, to everyone? If you think that that's easy, you're not doing it. I'm sorry, but like, no, that is really hard, actually. I was thinking about this recently watching those videos of Ludwig in Japan, actually. Because, like, you know, he's speaking a language that he's only semi-confident in conversation in, right? And there was a couple of times where he made, like, mistakes. Or you know, even times where he like inconvenienced other people. And he was, you know, like, there were literally articles written about how he's the only like non-toxic travel vlogger, about how he's like someone to look up to in a space of, you know, like most people who do Japan vlogs, like that's some of the most toxic shit. Like there's a real reputation of like Americans coming to Japan, making content and being absolute menaces. And he didn't do that at all. But even in that series, like there's a couple of times where it's like, oh man, like they were just in over their heads, and how the fuck do you be polite if you don't know the customs, you know? Here's a really weird one about Japan. And he knew this. This is an example from that series, but if you go into a restaurant and they're greeting you, and you're like, and you respond as like, oh, thank you, that's really, really rude. Now, you're probably confused. What the fuck are you talking about? No, it isn't. That is really rude in Japan, because the social etiquette there is that the host is welcoming you in. They have to be nicer than you, or else they have socially failed. So if you get all gracious, it's actually like, no, fuck you, thank me more. That's a real thing. I've seen people like in comment sections of like Japan like live streams and stuff, where you know, like a waiter will drop off food, right, and the person receiving it just won't even like look up or anything. You know, like, why didn't you say thank you? That's so rude. In Japan, it's actually the opposite. Like that's what you should do, because it means that you're not like pressuring the waiter. And it's not like it's not okay to say thanks in Japan. It's a very specific, like, social custom in specific circumstances, but that's, like, the easiest go-to for it is, yeah, especially when you're entering a restaurant, is when that's a huge thing. Yeah, I kind of look at all social interactions like that. Like, there's a branching path of options that's basically infinite, and you never pick the right one, always. You're never on the absolute best one, just ever. You could do really, really good, but it's always a batting average, you know? Pretty good pace, I guess. I figured that's what that was, Exilor. It's usually fine to default to that for you. Thank you, Copt. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How have you been doing with the game? I've been curious about your improvement. I haven't gotten to watch you much, but I love that you're always like in the Discord asking questions. Love seeing the passion for the details. A bunch of decisions and you have to pick the optimal ones. We don't know a better way than checking constant. Yeah. Hyper focusing on Chauncey one cycle, gotcha. Dude, yeah, me typing my name into Zelda 2. I love that clip. I thought that was so fucking funny. Chauncey One Cycle's very hard, yeah. Chauncey One Cycle's very hard. And you'll never get it 100% consistent. Nobody has, nobody will, but yeah, definitely it's something you can improve a lot on. Some of that is based on like game knowledge, some of it's definitely just the inputs are difficult. If you have any questions about it, I can specify.
Oh yeah.
Dude, on my featured clips, I really like the one of me playing Jamboree on the first day that it was out. And I got the like Mario head pike. My reaction to that was so good. I really wish my mic didn't cut out a little bit during it. Like I said it really quietly. And that makes me sad because that clip I feel like would be 10 times funnier if I was like closer to my mic or like the settings were a bit better.
Mario. Oh yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Mario. Mario.
Yeah, Pharaoh's definitely someone who loves to teach about the game. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, we talked about it like a little bit, but feel free. Yeah, that was how I was when I started running this game. I remember just like, I would go to the Luigi's Mansion category and whoever was live speedrunning, I would just go in there. And especially towards like the higher level runners, I was just constantly asking questions about what they were doing, about what I noticed in what I was doing. Just anything that came into my mind.
Oh yeah.
And that's a lot of how I improved. I also have a lot of resentment because back at that point in time, people were a lot less, I don't know, a lot less. I mean, they were still willing to help you with certain stuff, and especially like very basic stuff. But there were some things that they would say that were just like objectively wrong. And I don't know how many of those people knew that those things were objectively wrong. So it's like, I'm not necessarily resentful towards some of the individuals, but also like, it sucks that I spent a large period of time being really upset anytime that Boolossus went poorly because I was told that it was RNG. And I was seeing people get it way more consistently than me. And, you know, come to find out, entirely on my own, nobody really said anything about it until I started talking about it. That Boolossus is extraordinarily complicated and completely possible to understand. There's only tiny bits of it that are actually random. Like, the Boo AIs are so much more complex. And, like, intelligible. You can understand them if you just take the time to learn how they work. But, yeah, the fact that it used to just be, oh, it's RNG. Is this USB loader era? Yeah, like a chunk before USB loader era too. You know, I guess USB era, yes. Like not during when it was getting discovered. I'm talking like quite a bit before that. Calling it RNG when it's not is mega cringe. It really is. And I mean, I get that it's one of those things where it's like, you don't really want to sit there. I could literally just sit there for 20 minutes straight explaining Boolossus. Not taking my time, like just explaining mechanics about it. So I get, you get a question, how does Boolossus work in chat? You just say, oh, it's RNG. But like, man, fucking Bulasis. So while you were in ads, I was talking about like how you can understand so much of how Bulasis works, but when I was starting out in speedrunning, I got told that it was just RNG. And I would get really mad when it would go wrong, because I would see other runners getting it more consistently. And then it turns out that, you know, there are random elements in it, but Bulasis, I basically just, like, formed my own understanding of it, a very, very complex understanding that I still have of it. And I just formed that on my own. I don't really know if anyone else in the community, like, had that understanding aside from me at that time. I do think that some of them got some of it. I think a lot of people just press the buttons, though. You know, like, they don't really care how it works. If they get it, they get it. But yeah, like, nowadays, a decent amount of people have that information, and I share it, like, regularly. I've helped a lot of people with that. But yeah, everything that I say about Bulasis, I pretty much figured out myself. So yeah, like, that shit sucks. Good backup, at least. Yeah, I can give you a rundown of Bulasis after this attempt. I should honestly just, like, because I've explained it a bunch of times, I should just highlight one of the times that I, like, go all out trying to explain it. Yeah, Kane. I don't like to say that name around here, but... yeah, bad attempt at that. Come on. I've thought about it, joking about. I really honestly, for a lot of years, wanted to make like a full no out of bounds tutorial, like a really high effort, highly edited, explaining like every single option for strats. But it's just, it was such a huge task to undertake that I kept, you know, I tried a couple of times to get into it, but I just couldn't get into like the cycle of working on it because it would have taken so much time. Oops. All right, there. So for Bulasis, there's a lot of aspects to it, right? But the biggest thing to understand when you're learning Bulasis is how the individual Boo AIs work. And I'll try to show you some of that. But basically, there's 3 or 4, depending on how you want to define it, different phases of Bulasis AI. The first one is obviously what happens every time that you do the first cycle. All of the Boos, if you spray ice for a long time near them, will start to move the opposite way. But they don't really run away from it quickly. They're also very lethargic in their movements. Look at how slow they move, right? They just sort of wander, and they try to stay close to Luigi, but not very close. And so when you do this strat, the whole point is that they all move towards Luigi, but at a certain distance away from him. And so it's very consistent to just be able to, line them all up, because you move so quickly, so far away from them, that they group up, they like get herded into a cluster, trying to chase after you to be that set distance from you, right? Which, even just from that point, it's so obvious that that's how the strat works, But people used to just say, oh, well, you just do this and then you one cycle. But it's RNG. It's so very obvious from just that alone. It is impossible that it's entirely RNG, right? But that's the most basic thing about it that you really need to get down, is understanding exactly how the Boo AI works, right? So there's that Boo AI, but they're very lethargic, they're floating around. Let me show you the other Boo AI. I need to like make this save state a little bit further into this cutscene. There. It's not just timing, no. There's a lot more to it than that as well. Forgot which line I was on. Okay, that's correct. That works. Yeah, it's about spacing, where you place your vacuum, the timing of when you pop Boolossus, and how the boos move. Basically is how I would describe that. Okay, so this will give me medium phase. So they're all still in the biggest Boolossus AI because he hasn't reformed yet, right? Oh wait, no, that's small phase. What am I saying? I meant to go small phase, but I said medium. Anyway, they'll be completely different now, right? And so the strat for this is, you know, you hold L and R and you put them behind you so that they swoop like that. It really helps to be standing still so that they'll do the swoop, because if you're just walking around, they consistently try to space themselves the same amount from you, right? And so they're just moving around with you because they can't get that specific distance to initiate the attack because it's a really specific position that they're looking for. Basically, they have an animation of sort of like moving around, and I shouldn't necessarily just say animation because their whole hitbox is doing that. That's just how they float. But they sort of cycle around to when they're going to attack based on like a position that they choose. And so if that position stops being a valid place for them to swoop at you, then they just won't swoop at all and they'll keep doing that idle floating and spacing themselves from you just like automatically, right? So the way that you manip this is very specifically that you face your back to them, and then they get that distance. And you can see it happening just over and over again there, right? It's really, really specific, and it's completely repeatable. That used to be called complete RNG, right? So I would be doing every single thing wrong because nobody told me any better. And let me show you how that looks. So I would aim up, which is really bad. I would be walking over here, right? Okay, so they grouped up behind me, so that doesn't look as bad. But yeah, I'm doing this, right? I'm waiting for them to do that. And they're just not doing it. They're just not. Why won't they do it? Oh, he did it, but it was too far behind me, right? It's bad to be towards the back or the front. It is bad to have your vacuum aimed up. It is bad to consistently be moving. All of those things, like, you can completely control. Also, it's bad to point your vacuum directly at a Boo like that. You see how he just stays in place? He has to be in his idle, like, swooping thing that I was talking about. Or his idle floating, I mean. But yeah, then they'll just do that. This is also a very consistent thing, how they react to the ice. Again, each phase of AI has a completely set way of reacting to ice. So if I just spray it, they'll get close to me and then they'll move away at a set distance again. But like, you can snipe them like this in this AI, but they don't really come near you. So just spraying ice is a pretty bad idea. This is the bane of most casual players on this fight, is they don't know how to actually get the boos, so they just spray ice the whole time. But yeah, it's actually very, very like manipulable how you go about the distance they are from ice, because let me show you this as well. Say I walk right up to this Boo. Oh, he swooped. That was an accident. Say I walk right up to this Boo, and I right up to this Boo, and I do that. They start flying away, but you can do that pretty effectively. You can freeze them doing this. I'm doing a bad job of showing it. But that's like, even without doing the speedrun strat where you get them to swoop towards you, that's also a thing that you can do. This is more useful usually on like a failed one cycle backup. I'm gonna try to get it cleanly just once to make sure that it's clear what I'm talking about. Okay, so I get near him. No, I'll show it actually on medium phase, because the strat is better for medium phase anyway. But yeah, I do have some stuff to say about medium phase as well. Medium phase is like the worst phase that you can end up on. Because in this one, again, it has a medium range that they try to stay away from Luigi. They also react really, really strongly to when you're spraying ice. They'll just fly super fucking far away super fast. And they don't really attack you very much. That should be good, I think. It's probably enough to be past the large phase. Oh no, that's still large, okay. I didn't like count or anything, so. But yeah, I can show it here too. Like just walking up to them with the vacuum out and then spraying the ice is like way better for trying to freeze them. Because they haven't started moving away from you yet. When they start running from the ice, sometimes they do get invincibility to it as well, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, yeah, let me show you now the medium phase. Or is this medium or small? No, this is medium. Okay, yeah. My brain wasn't working. I'm on a different, I'm on my emulator instead of my console, and I'm not really used to Boolossus on emulator, so it looked too small because the screen is a different size. Anyway, yeah, this phase is fucked, because they can swoop, but they don't. They just don't swoop, right? You see, I'm doing the right thing to manip them. That guy did it. But they don't really swoop during this phase. And they try to bonk you a lot, and then you spray ice, they move really fast away from you. So yeah, this is like the bane of most casual players' existence. This is the phase where it's best to do that strat of like walking up to them and, well, they just gave that to me. Walking up to them and like doing that. Just very quickly spraying ice and then going back to holding the vacuum out so they never enter that running away state. Anyway, yeah, it's when Boolossus reforms specifically is when they change their AI, with one exception. And I will show you that right now. This is why I was saying it's questionable how many different types of AI Boolossus has. I've shown you those three. And those are very set differences. Okay, so this is a weird case. He still has normal Boolossus AI, the big one, right? Now he doesn't. You notice that switch? This isn't quite the same, I don't think, as the small Boolossus AI when he's like this. Because it was large Boolossus and the cycle never ended, this guy does, when there's only one left, Boolossus can't reform. And so he switches based on a weird sort of parameter. I do believe it has something to do with the timing of when Boolossus is meant to reform. But also you can cause that switch on your own by spraying ice at him and missing, I believe. When he runs away, I think that can cause the switch. And I believe when you do it that way, this I could be wrong about, so bear with me, this could potentially be wrong. But I think if you spray ice at him, he runs away and comes back with the different AI, then you get the small Boolossus AI, but I believe that if he just does it on his own, it's a slightly different AI. That could be wrong. I'm not sure about that part. But yeah, like scaring him away like that is what I mean. Because now I think he's on the small Boolossus AI when I did that. Anyway, did I forget anything about this? Oh, obviously, we're talking about, like, what's random about it. the ice spawn is obviously random, and that you don't really have a way to manipulate. You can just, you know, play well in order to play around it. Anyway, I think that's all that I really need to say about that. I mean, I could explain the ice shot, but I believe I was asked to explain specifically the AI, right? Isn't it bad to go for the first ice shot in the center of the arena because a boo can get stuck on the unicorn statue? So that is a thing that can happen. I'm under the impression, now most runners do it from the bottom now. Like they go down a line or whatever. I'm under the impression that it's not like, no, I'm actually certain that doing it from there, you can still get a boo stuck on the right side. I don't know if it's just like confirmation bias that people think it's less likely, but it definitely does still happen. But I just do it that way because it's what I'm used to. I don't know if there's like a 100% guaranteed method to do this setup and still have that boo not be able to get stuck. But yeah, sometimes that happens. But yeah, if you're just learning the strat, I would say go with what other people do, doing it on the side. But yeah, I don't do it that way because I'm very used to how they grew up. When spraying the ice after the first shot, so hard to tell if the ice will actually hit the boos or not. Great question. Great question. Let me help you with that. So it is a little bit weird. The ice sort of like poofs. Some of the elements, well, I mean, there's 3 elements, right? The elements do have slightly different mechanics and how they work. Water being obviously completely different from fire and ice because it has gravity. But yeah, basically you do the ice shot. You kind of want to just run and like, I aim sort of up to down. I try to pan across where I see there's boos. This is something you gotta practice a lot. But when you hold L down like, you know, a lot, it does actually shoot further than if you hold it a little. So you want to be holding L down like a lot. I hold it just above the digital press when I'm doing that part though, because I want to be able to shoot an ice ball if I need to, but I almost never do. Anyway, it does puff out in front of you. It specifically has momentum. So like say that I'm doing this, look at how much it goes to the side. The hitbox is going even further than the visuals when I'm doing that. It goes really, really far past where you spray it if it has momentum. You get less momentum specifically by like walking and stuff, but you do get some. Trying to think of like what other things I really need to mention about that. I guess it is pretty important, I feel like, when you're doing this to, because it takes a moment before it starts spraying all the way forwards, right? But it's actually kind of useful for catching some of the boos sometimes to let go and then repress L. So like, I don't know how to describe what I do there, but yeah, basically looking really closely at where the remaining boos are, and then like, you know, you can't do it for that long because then they reform, but I was trying to show that I kind of like aim so that I know the momentum of where the ice cloud goes is going to be hitting the boo in the direction that the boo is moving, right? Because the boo will be moving away from you in general to be outside of that distance I was talking about that they want to be away from you. And then if they get like the trigger from the ice spray being close to them, then they'll start moving away even faster with a completely different movement pattern. So keeping them in that movement pattern of like, they're just floating to be away from you is a lot better than spraying ice so that they're moving sort of more in a straight line and faster. But yeah, the actual ice physics, you really just need to like learn exactly where the ice is going to end up when you're shooting it based on how you're moving. Because this also causes the ice to go side to side, right? But it's weird when you're walking in a straight line because it only shoots so far ahead of you, so it sort of clumps up. Then obviously, if you're moving forwards and then you stop, it actually does go behind you. So yeah, it really does float quite a bit. But the spray hitbox is huge relative to the ice ball hitbox. The reason why the ice ball is so overpowered for Boolossus is because it's a medium-sized hitbox, but it shoots infinitely in a straight line until it hits something. So it clears through the entire like wave of boos. But then yeah, like spraying the ice and sort of like swooping motions towards where the boo should be is the best way to make sure that it hits it. So people debate about that. I'll show you exactly what I do, but it's going to be different if you're doing it. First of all, it's going to be different based on how you pop the boos and move away from them. And then second of all, it's going to be different based on where you're standing and how you do the movement, actually. So there's quite a bit that goes into that. I'm glad you asked. So yeah, like you have to really picture, you know, off screen to your right when you're doing the setup. All those boos actually exist and are moving, right? It's not just they appear as a cluster that you have shot already. They're all individual AIs over there moving. So I put it right about there, just about above neutral. That was a little bit low, but I prefer to aim a little bit low as opposed to too high because that tends to hit more boos. It does tend to hit more boos if you aim it a bit too low as opposed to too high because of the angle, you know. You have to think about it's going through a cluster. And so if you shoot it up, you're skimming the front of that cluster. If you shoot it too low, you're skimming the bottom, which is way more surface area of the cluster. So yeah, I aim the vacuum, you know, facing perfectly right. I aim it about there, like a little bit above neutral. And it also matters when you're backing up that, you know, you do that aiming and then you shoot when you start standing still or before you even start standing still. Because if you stand still for a while there before shooting the ice ball, that cluster of boos that's coming towards you, right? It starts to spread out as they get control of their movement because they're not trying to get closer to you anymore. They're already close enough to you and they start just wandering around. So shooting the ice ball very soon after you start or after you stop moving is really important as well. So yeah, that basically explains that. Again, it's a little bit different if you stand towards the bottom like other people do. Like, yeah, I know people have started doing it like this, and I think you do want to aim the tiniest tad left if you do it that way. But I'm not too sure. Again, I don't do the strat this way, but I believe instead of aiming all the way right, I think you want the tiniest tad left when you do it there. I could be wrong. You should ask someone who does that strat. But I believe that's correct. Yeah, again, you have to think of that tad left in terms of you're shooting through a cluster. So if you just hit like the, you know, you're shooting through the cluster, you aim it a bit left. You just hit this bit as opposed to the center of the cluster. That's really bad. So don't aim very far left at all. Walking around the unicorns is the most common strat, and this one is a little bit faster optimally and gives you a bit more control over the movement of the boos. So I've switched to doing this one, but that strat is perfectly valid. This one can be a decent chunk faster, and if you're really good at the game, it can be more consistent. But I would say this one is higher skill ceiling to optimize. But yeah, to do that strat, literally what you've got to do, it's pretty simple. After this cutscene ends, you just follow the line right below Luigi. So you walk to this line. You walk right. You slide a little bit past the statue. You want to pull the vacuum before he pops, but make absolutely certain not to touch Boolossus with the vacuum, because that will move him. See, that was aimed too high, and so it missed all of the ones in the back. That was a good example of what I was talking about. But yeah, this also gives you the opportunity to grab the ice in different scenarios better. But yeah, doing the walk around the unicorn is perfectly fine. But yeah, for this one, all you need to do is that positioning with the line in the center. It's the one below Luigi, and then you just walk right and slide a little bit past the statue. So Boolossus is still targeting you. He just gets stuck there. Also, how's it going, Morbid? I'm on a big diatribe about this fight, but I do really appreciate you. Good to see you. Anyway, all of that said, I'm going to take a quick break now. I hope that was helpful. I'll make sure to highlight that and put it somewhere. This concludes my TED Talk.
Oh yeah.
Alright, hello, I'm back. What's up, Ascendancy? Welcome. While I'm on emulator, I might as well do a little bit of practice on it. And that's okay, Morbid. It was very, very specific high-level stuff I was just talking about. Oh, come on. I do struggle to quickly let go of R a lot of the times. It feels really weird on my hand. Or like specifically let go of it and repress it, I guess is what I mean. Yeah, I'm doing that really poorly right now. Uh-huh. Close to working there. Close. I liked the way that King Boo moved there. That might have given me some ideas of how to make this a bit more consistent for me, hopefully. I've been a bit lazy about practicing this lately. Because I had it pretty down, like, before I took my recent break from streaming. So I think in my head it's like, I want to just pretend that I still have it exactly as down as I did. But no, I should put actual hours into it. No. Alright, that's that save state. Honestly, I don't really use that save state much. I still didn't finish doing that. I'm trying to remember just what all my save states are. Okay. Yeah, I really am. Why's my index finger so slow today? I think I'm trying to press it more with the tip of my finger than where I usually do. I used to have the worst habit of, like, that first knuckle right there is exactly where I would press the hardest on, like, the very middle of the trigger with. And in case you didn't know, it's really, really bad for knuckle joints to consistently apply pressure in that exact way. You don't want, like, hard, flat surfaces pressing directly on the joint. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I used to do it that way. It's just, I feel like I've always had like a weird grip on the controller ever since then. Oh, okay. That's not good enough damage, but that's, you know, that's the setup. Oh, that was a good example, actually, because I've been in my head, like, confused a bit about why I sometimes lose King Boo earlier than I see other people lose him during the R-Pump part. I think the reason why that is you kind of have to ride out, like, when you do the exact last R-Pump, because he stays there a little bit past his timer if he just started the cackle from the R-Pump, I guess. It's weird to call them cackles because he doesn't make the noise like Boos do, but I do think that specifically if he hasn't cackled in a moment, but then he cackles like right before the timer's about to end, that he stays there for the full cackle. But you have to not like you have to not get one of those, we call them machine gun cackles, where they do it like as quickly from the previous one as possible, because that'll just send him back instantly. So I think I'm being too much of a pussy about that, but also sometimes starting my R pump too late or early, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Get out of the way. That was my fault. That was what I was talking about, by the way, with machine gun cackles. That rhythm. Dude, I feel like I'm in explaining mode after doing that Blossus. Oh, I just gave up because I assumed that didn't work. That's still worse to do than hitting him directly, though. It hit the bottom of his head because the hitbox of the bomb will just go straight through his chest. And you know, his head is, it is like round. It is like a cube. So you hit the very back and bottom of it, and it takes longer for the bomb's travel time, you know? And so that's bad because you want King Boo to be out as soon as possible, so that relative to the bomb timer of the third bomb, you can do more damage before you shoot that. So like that's good. Good try, whatever. I keep manipulating him accidentally like right where I need him not to be. Nice, Luna. That's what we like to hear. I do want to keep doing this for a little bit. My brain is telling me like, no, just go do runs, but I will actually try to delay the dopamine release by getting a PB, as opposed to not doing difficult things right now. Oh, come on. I thought my vacuum would aim down, so the movement I did there was so that I could back up and let go of R with the vacuum aimed at the angle I wanted. Instead, for some reason, King Boo just kept sliding away, and my vacuum didn't aim down, and he didn't cackle, which I don't know how that happened. But yeah, that wasn't just me getting hit by the ice for no reason. I know it looked like that, though. I would have been backing up had my vacuum actually aimed down how I thought it would. I wish I was better at managing in my head, like, using the C-stick in the middle of this fight. It's really distracting for me. There's so much to focus on in this fight, though. Yeah, I let go of R early. It was like a panic thing. It wasn't even me trying to let go. I was literally thinking in my head, don't let go of R. Whoops. That was actually good, though. That would have worked if I got the Express. You know, this isn't in the category I'm running right now, but I haven't been doing practice for it much lately. How did that not let go? What? Oh, I know why. Oh, it's bad that I was doing this practice with my CPU's not at 100. I turned my CPU down so that it doesn't create as much heat when I don't need it. But yeah, I have noticed that my emulator fucks up a bit when my CPU is not at 100. And that's one of the things that's really noticeable on is Ponzi suck up. Dang, didn't let go of R quick enough. Oh my god, what? I guess that was late. Yeah, no, that was late. Okay. Huh. Right, because the suck up was bad. No, that makes perfect sense. Whoops. Alright, man. Alright, man. I don't even need to be practicing this right now. Yeah, I was aimed too high up and also didn't do great movement there. I wanted more damage on Boolossus and got very distracted by that. On Boolossus, on King Boo. That looks like the position I want. Yeah, but then I dragged King Boo right along with me, and then I couldn't aim where I wanted to. Gotta figure out a solution to that. It drives me crazy because I don't like the setups that other people do, and every now and then, I'll do it like a specific way and be like, oh my god, that'll fix my problem forever. And I can just never, like, actually fix the problem forever. Do you feather for the second shot? Does that mean like lightly holding R? Because yes, I do try to do that. Yeah. The thing is, if King Boo's like right next to you, it doesn't matter. You're still gonna lock onto him if he's right next to you. See, that was a good example of what I mean. Whoa, why? Why'd he do that? That just fucked up my wind cycle. Why'd he do that? That sucked. Anyway, a lot of that was good. Obviously, I didn't get my vacuum back on him anywhere near quickly enough after the bomb shot. He fucked me by going directly behind me because he was too far away for me to just back up and get the vacuum on him. And you can't put away the vacuum to turn around because then you have to pull it back out again. So it just made everything shit. It's especially infuriating in my head that that a lot of top LM runners, when they talk about this trick, they're like, yeah, you just make King Boo cackle so that he stays where you want him to. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, I get that you can do the circles during that part, right? And that's what they mean. But then, he'll have time to just move wherever the fuck he feels like. That was too long to try and get him to go downwards, I think. Alright, whatever. It was too slow. I wouldn't have gotten it, even if I did that part correctly. Ah. Fucking trick. How do you manipulate King Boo's placement? That's such a goddamn good question. I'll tell you what I know. How about that? First of all, the first cycle is different from the rest of the cycles. And you can notice that because the vacuum doesn't auto-lock correctly during the first cycle. Once you get to the second cycle, the auto-lock on the vacuum is completely different during this fight. So the first cycle is different for that than the second cycle or onward is. But one of the really basic things is, obviously, he does have cackles like other boos do that keep him in place. However, he doesn't have a limit on cackles. So you can just do the old boo strat, not like the R pumping. Just go like far enough away from him that he cackles, and then do little circles, right? So that you're going in and out of the range, so that he cackles over and over again, and then he can't move. It does make it so that you get less damage frames, though. And the damage is pretty tight for this. But that's really good to do for 2 cycle. You should keep that in mind. You don't want him super far away from you. Like, if he's super high up especially, it's kind of bad. But yeah, doing that, that little circle strat, if he's like medium height, is pretty good. Anyway, on top of that, there's other stuff. Once he's like down on the ground, you have a lot of control actually over where he goes. But he needs to be like literally like surfing the ground for that to be the case. Once that happens, the auto lock starts like dragging you towards him in a very strange way, and it basically makes it so that he'll go like, you know, if you're down right of him, or I mean like you're always on his left side in this example, let's say he's to the right of you. If you're further down, he'll start curving left, like up rather. He'll start curving up. And if you go up, he'll start curving down, but he'll be moving right the whole time. If you stay like right in the middle, he'll be able to move a little bit up and down. But that, yeah, this is specifically if he's like all the way down and your vacuum is placed on him and you're close to him, this happens. So that's the goal of once I've gotten the bomb shot, I'm trying to get to that state as quickly as I can. Aside from that, I mean, he's very similar to Boolossus, where he sort of gets to just like fly around if you don't fuck with him. I'll just show you. Like, it is good to just watch him move on his own to get an idea of what he does. That was so late, whatever. I'm just trying to show. Actually, that might change his movement. I don't think it does, but just on principle, I'm gonna redo that. Because there are flags that change once Bowser moves. I don't know if any of them affect his movement. Like King Boo's, I mean. Yeah, whatever. Just, like, let him move. So he does try to sort of get near you as well, but he also just likes to float around. He likes doing that, like, up-down pattern a lot more than other Boos. Other Boos don't have a lot of verticality, usually. He goes way more up and down when he's, like, freely flying around. Which is kind of a bad thing, because you don't want him super high up pretty much ever. But yeah, he doesn't really react to Luigi anywhere near as much as any of the other Boos, Boolossus or the normal Boos. He basically is content to just ignore you for the most part until you're doing damage to him, and then he's very based around what you're doing. But if you're not doing damage, he's kind of just like floating around. He doesn't even really target you. But yeah, like, you know, in general, has a shit ton to do with how high your vacuum is hitting him, what part of his hitbox your vacuum is interacting with, right? If you stand far back from him and aim at the very top of his hitbox with your vacuum, sometimes it will cause him to come above you, and sometimes it will cause him to go down, which is what you're trying to do. You're trying to get him to come down by like by placing the vacuum hitbox like on the top like right corner of him. Let's say if I'm to his right, trying to get the top right of his hitbox to be hit by the vacuum. Yeah, if your vacuum hitbox is hitting like the bottom of him, that's pretty bad. First of all, because you won't do damage as well. A lot of the times it will just let him like not take damage for way more frames. And then second of all, it tends to cause him to go directly up. Or not directly up, it causes him to go diagonal up. I'm not actually entirely sure. This is a good question that just popped into my head. I'm not sure if it matters what direction he's facing. I don't know if his hitbox turns with him. Hang on, let me see that. I've never thought about that. This is why it's good to explain stuff sometimes. I believe this is what I'm looking for? No, that is not what I'm looking for. I thought that was the right setting. Is enable wireframe not what I think it is? There's some thing that you can do to show hitboxes. Maybe it's a hack? Or like a code or something? Let me look it up. Luigi's Mansion show hitboxes. Are you serious with these Google results? What the fuck? Let me take the word show out of there, maybe? Luigi's Mansion hitboxes. Luigi's Mansion, not fucking Smash. What the hell? This is insane to me. Why can I not find what I'm looking for? Dude, it's all really irrelevant shit or Smash. What the hell? Let's just go dolphin. Oh, hitboxes. How do I visualize hitbox? On developer mode, dolphins gecko codes. That's for Smash though. I don't know if you can do that in this. I've seen it before though. I've seen people do this to like show the hitboxes. I thought I'd done it before too. Let me see. Where do you even add gecko codes? I'm not finding it. Tools. Sheets Manager. There we go. Gecko codes. Or... Okay, so I don't have any automatic ones. Let's just go... Luigi's Mansion gecko codes. I thought this would be an easy thing I could just check. Sorry, I'm looking through a lot of shit right now trying to find what I'm looking for. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't think this is a thing I can actually just do. That's so weird. Never mind, I give up. What I wanted to see was the actual hitboxes as I'm playing. I wanted to see if King Boo's is just a cube that follows him, or if he actually changes directions. He probably changes directions as he turns. But I was curious if, like, which side of him you're hitting affects how he moves. I do think that's a thing, paying attention to it a little bit. I've never really thought about this. This might actually change my understanding quite a bit if I pay attention to it. Also, I did mostly finish answering your question, Cop. Sorry that I, like, got completely sidetracked. I did basically finish. A lot of it is just practice in, like, getting used to where to stand relative to him and how to aim. Yeah, that makes sense. Dude, I do think that might be my issue, is that I walk around him a lot when I'm doing this strat, and it causes him to face a bunch of different directions, I think, which is why I struggle to do as much damage as I want to, and why he seems to move so randomly. Whatever. Now trying to, like, appeal to that, I'm trying really hard to keep my vacuum in one place on him, which makes it hard to dodge the ice. Because people bullied me into doing it, mostly. A lot of the top runners do this strat, but not the top of the top runners. To be fair, those runners are just insane at this. Like, if you're looking at, you know, like Snap or Mini or any of them, the way that they do this is ridiculous. Or Pablo, like, yeah, they have, like, a whole different set of criteria going through their head when they're doing this strat. Honestly, I do want to stop doing the circle. Like, it really is a thing in my head of, like, I got into that habit because I kept getting told over and over again that it would make it easier. And I really don't think it makes it easier, and I don't like doing it. I just sort of never, like, stop. Like, the circles? No, it's not easier. So, it's really weird with King Boo one cycle, right? Because, a lot of the things that make it easier are more difficult, if that makes any sense. To be consistent at it is not a matter of, like, taking it safe. It's a matter of being really good at doing it optimally. Because the whole thing's on a timer, right? So you need to get as much damage off of him as possible before shooting the bomb. Take as little time as possible off of doing damage from him when you shoot the bomb, while still hitting Bowser's head. And then do as much damage to him as you can before he goes back into Bowser, right? And so you can get the setup really, really cleanly, but if you don't do enough damage to King Boo, then you don't have the time. You know, you have to have pretty good damage in order to have enough time to get the one cycle. So it is a weird sort of thing of like, trying to go for consistency actually makes you less consistent because you're just going to have him fly back in every time. Now, what it is supposed to do, like why people suggest it to me, is it's supposed to keep him in that one spot so that he doesn't get in your way when you have to go pick up this bomb. That's the idea of it anyway. Oh, that would have been perfect if I didn't let go of R too early. You do have to be kind of reckless, yes, absolutely. And again, that's why I'm saying, like, it's sort of different criteria in the heads of, like, the very top runners. Let me pull up Mini's any percent record, because it really just explains for itself what I'm talking about if you look at the, Bowser fight. I'll also just pause this, because I hate that music just droning. What's the timer between the first and second shot? Do you mean like how long does it take, or what does the timer consist of? Because that timer is like the point of it is the bomb is going to explode. The last bomb that he throws is going to explode at some point, right? Oh, okay. How much time do you have? I can just show you that actually. Hang on, let's put this video away for a second so I can show you that. Because that's going to be easier than me trying to, like, tell you. I don't know how many seconds it is or anything. Yeah, you have a decent chunk of time to do damage, but it's not a crazy amount. So that was a really good hit on the head. That gives you basically, like, the max amount of time that you would have. That's about how much time you have. My goal is usually to get King Boo below 400 HP before doing the bomb shot on Bowser's head. Most other runners aim quite a bit higher than that, but they're also a lot better at the damage at the end than me. I believe that's correct. I'd have to do it again to see. I'm glad that I've gotten way more consistent at this shot, though. When I mess it up, it's always just that exact thing. Well, it doesn't matter, I guess. You still see this. No, it's a couple more. Yeah, no, it's actually a lot of flashes. You can't really count it by the flashes, I guess. It's always the same timing, but I don't think counting the flashes is a good idea. I needed to sneeze and it went away. I hate that. Ugh. Yeah, but it was off screen for a lot of it. The reason why that triggered in my brain was I was thinking of the difference between PAL and NTSC, actually, I realized. Because the PAL version has some bombs that explode really, really quickly. And that's where my brain went, was that, yeah, I think those only flash a couple of times really fast. But yeah, I thought in my head of those flashes in this version being way slower than they are. Oh my god, like, I was just saying how I don't fail this anymore. What I meant was I don't fail it unless I don't let go of R correctly, but it is funny just how badly I'm letting go of R. Okay. Get his ass. But it does do 3 really fast ones at the end. Or no, it didn't do fast flashes there. I guess if you're holding it, it doesn't, but you could still see it pulsing before it blows up. I don't know if there's an exact frame count on it, because I think it might have to do with what your vacuum angle is, but it's definitely only a couple. I think you're aiming for like a 2-frame window, I would say, usually, probably. But that's just like a shot in the dark guess. I think if you're aiming higher up, then you can maybe do it like a couple frames after picking it up, and it will aim it down a little bit, but you'll still be able to shoot it high. Because yeah, your vacuum does take a couple of frames to aim down. It's not just like a one frame thing. Oh, fuck. And bonk on it. I do that a lot. I need to get out of the habit. It's a habit that I have for a very good reason. But I'm so focused on getting the bomb shot on Bowser that I don't pay perfect attention to where King Boo is relative to me. And I usually start holding down right the moment I get the bomb shot. Because that way, if he's far to my right, I can start walking towards him. But if he's too close, I just walk right the fuck into him. But it's really important that you start doing damage. Like, you need to get your vacuum on him, like, the moment after that bomb. So, yeah, it's a bad habit. I also need to stop standing around like a dipshit watching the bomb to see if it actually hits. I feel like I do lose a bit of time checking to see if the bomb hits. Alright, I want to stop fixating on this fight for right now, actually. How do you know when to go for the second shot? Because it's always the same amount of time. I just have it built into my head. Also, it helps a lot to use Bowser's ice balls as a measurement of time. I do sort of listen for when they hit the ground. Like when he shoots them, when they hit the ground, as like a timer in my head. But yeah, you just get a feel for it. You'll know when it's about to explode, usually, if you do it a bunch of times. Anyway, I want to show that thing from Mini that I was talking about. I'll go back to runs pretty soon. But yeah, this fight really, really shows like what another level he's on with this from me. So when he does this shit, yeah, he very smoothly, he does do the circle thing, as you can see, but he very smoothly positions King Boo exactly where he wants him. And again, it's not like, there is some chance that King Boo could just not do what he wanted. It is a bit of luck, but like the way that he does this positioning is so clean as to where, as long as he hits that shot right, he's always going to be able to aim right at King Boo right afterwards, which is different from the strat that I'm going for. I vary so wildly in consistency using the strat that I do, which is frustrating, because sometimes it'll just work for me like all the time, and then sometimes I just can't get it an entire day. People do say that this is the best spot for the bomb. It is definitely partially luck-based, but think about the probability of what he's doing here, right? So he positions himself firmly upright of King Boo. And he does that with things that King Boo can't do anything about, right? Using those circles. And then when he knows that King Boo is like sort of doing what he wants, watch like the fine detail of how he does this movement, because it's more intentional than it looks. He only starts backing up when he needs to grab the bomb, right? But he keeps his vacuum on King Boo for quite a while, where it's like, you know, right there is when he chooses to let go. But because he backs up the way he does, King Boo doesn't have a lot of time to actually go anywhere, right? I do think it's lucky that King Boo decided to float down the way he did. However, he's almost like bound to come towards Minnie here, just because like there's not a lot of options for where he's gonna go based on just how he works, I think. Like, he could pick literally any direction, but you know, he's just starting to move after being stun locked, and he doesn't have to go back into Bowser. He does favor going back towards Bowser if you're near Bowser, but yeah, it's sort of just like this was best possible outcome. But anywhere that he goes, Minnie's kind of fine here, unless he goes directly down left, which just isn't very likely. So that is the good part of this setup, for sure. Now, part that sucks is that if he books it towards you, instead of just sort of lazily going towards him, then it's really easy to lock onto him trying to pick up the bomb. It's also very easy for him to get in between the bomb and Bowser's head. So you can react to that a little bit, but not very much. So it is luck. It is definitely luck. But that's mostly not what I was talking about. I was talking about how he sets it up so that Bowser's head is there. He shoots it very cleanly with the setup that's consistent based on like the angle that he puts King Boo at. But the really nice thing is he backs up towards the bomb, and King Boo's guaranteed to be like sort of around here. He might be anywhere in this sort of range, right? He could be all the way over here, but he's guaranteed to be sort of near you. But you're facing this way every single time after you do that. So he grabs King Boo really, really quickly after the bomb hits. Again, watch this. Like, he lets go, like, actually pretty early to back up for the bomb, but then he re-grabs him instantly, right? And that's partially luck that he came towards him. But even if he was super far away, you just hard press R and you can reach him if he's, like, right here. You can start getting a tiny bit of damage if he's all the way over here. If he's up here, like at this spot, but up here, that's really bad. But again, you can just walk towards him, and there's still a chance you'll one cycle, but you'd have to do really good. But yeah, it is really lucky that King Boo was so low, but look at how he capitalizes on it, right? Because he instantly gets him to do the ground surfing thing, and that was actually manipped. Yeah, he does a very specific thing where he swivels the vacuum as he gets like up left of him there. And you can see that curves him around this pillar, so now he's just going to the side. And Minnie's being super careful to get like every single frame of damage there. Like, that is absolutely perfect for like RTA. That is as good as you could possibly fucking do that shit for that damage section. So that's the real beauty of what he does, that I'm just like, you know, I'm basically trying to compensate for by doing it the way I do it. Maybe I should just try to be a big boy, you know, maybe that's the solution. But like I said, his vacuum was angled a bit upward because that's how you get this like riding King Boo here. If you aim down all the way, first of all, King Boo's gonna skip a bunch of damage because he gets this weird sort of cackle where sometimes when King Boo cackles, he actually skips like quite a few frames of damage. But yeah, especially in this situation, he's going to pop up out of the ground with a weird cackle and sort of he's gonna start like getting to move left, right, forward, up, any of those directions, but he's sure as shit not gonna go downwards. Keeping your vacuum aimed slightly up here basically ensures that he stays like this in this state. And again, I want to repeat what I said earlier. He's barely walking in this part. Luigi is mostly getting dragged by the vacuum right there. It doesn't look like it, but look really closely at the weird sort of like sidle that he's doing. He's not walking. He's actually being dragged by the auto lock on King Boo because he's surfing the ground. Like, the auto lock is literally dragging you. And so that's another part of why this is so strong, is because it keeps you at exactly the right spot to be doing optimal damage. That is a thing, yes, that is a thing. It's not really a thing in scenarios other than this, but in this particular instance, that is absolutely a thing. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere else in the game where that happens. I don't think that there is. Can Boos do that? I don't think that normal Boos can do that. That might be a King Boo exclusive thing. Well, the timing of the ice is very consistent. The hard part of dodging the ice, it is hard to do, by the way, yes. It is hard to keep surfing King Boo and dodge the ice at the same time. But the hard part is really that Bowser's head ends up at really weird angles because the one cycle is, you know, it's a glitch. Bowser's head is supposed to be in a really specific spot. And, you know, it's supposed to follow you around, but the way that this glitch works, that first ice shot especially is fatal. Because, watch this, his head flies in from off screen as he shoots. So that ice can have fucked up angles, right? That one was completely not an issue because it was nowhere near him that Bowser shot. But because he's like off screen as he shoots that one, it can have really steep angles towards you where it's like super hard to dodge. And that doesn't happen normally because his head will just be floating in a specific spot. But yeah, this does actually cause that to work differently. But yeah, basically the timing is so consistent on those ice shots that you just know when to, and you know, you move perpendicular to his head is also a big thing. You don't just back up whatever direction you are, like you move perpendicular to his head. But yeah, that is that. I'm going to take another very quick break, and I will be right back, and I will do some runs. Sorry for the back-to-back breaks, but my bad. Yeah, that's just always a thing based on how the ice works, right? Because he shoots it towards you. So if you know, you go left or right when he's on your left, then the steep angle, or I mean, it's not that steep when he's shooting it normally, but the angle, you know, you have to go way further right or way further left to avoid it than if you go up or down. Yeah, because I mean, it's like the whole like a tree's falling on you. You take one step to the side or you run for 10 steps, you know? Anyway, yeah, be right back. And thank you. Appreciate it, Akane. I am back. Sorry about that. I was grabbing some food. Now I'm going to be absolutely prepared to dominate this video game. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, sorry, I didn't have any audio playing. That's my bad. I can't play anything that could even remotely be, like, misidentified as copyrighted because I'm streaming on YouTube again. I hate swallowing wrong. Now imagine I came back with that noise. Oh, that's freaky. Akane Jesus.
Mario. Mario.
Dude, using like actual speakers gives me anxiety a lot of the time. Like especially, I really, really hate getting jump scared by audio. Yeah, it makes me like super, super upset. And not just like, oh, that was unpleasant for 1 second. It makes me like upset. It feels like so shit to me. Like, I really don't understand how people find it like funny. There's one thing if like, you know, there's something that's loud in a video or something and it's funny because it's loud. Sure, that's a real thing, but I really, really hate just like like jump scare shit.
Oh yeah. Mario. Mario.
There is one video that I really, really love that that just came to mind, and it's like the entire joke is just that it's really fucking bass boosted and loud, but it is actually legitimately super funny. Oh, I guess to me it's really just it's never ever funny to do it without a warning. Like I don't understand why anyone would like not have a headphones warning or whatever. It's also weird that that is like called a headphones warning because again, I get so much more anxious I feel like from that on speakers. Both are bad. Man, fuck this run.
Mario.
Why do you enjoy running any percent? I have a lot of connection with the category because there was a period of time where I was like the objective best player at it. Not just because I've had like several world records in it, but legitimately there was a period of time where I was the only person capable of consistently doing a strat that saved like 7 or 8 seconds. I was like heads and shoulders above everyone else at that point in time. Unfortunately, as I was grinding for a record that was basically going to be unbeatable, because there was so much attention on it, someone ended up finding a version of the strat that instead of being one of the hardest tricks in Luigi's Mansion, like single tricks, you know, like Bowser One Cycle, yes, it's one thing, but it's like, you know, there's several steps to it. This was like a single trick that was insanely hard. But yeah, as I was about to, like, just on the verge of getting a record that would have just sat there and not been contested, someone found a super easy version of it. Like, all of the nuance to the strat just evaporated instantly. The strat was door skip, which is very common in any category that does the out of bounds with Chauncey's chest. It's just, instead of having to wait for Luigi to grab, or like, you know, Luigi tries to grab the doorknob when he's out of bounds, and if it's a push door like this, he just goes through it, even though he can't reach the doorknob, because that animation doesn't care if he reaches the doorknob, because he's pushing the door open. But when he's pulling the door open, it keeps him walking until he grabs the doorknob, but because he's stuck underground, he can't reach it. So he walks for 10 seconds and then the game gives up. And it just puts you through the door. But yeah, there's a way to clip through the wall instead of opening the door out of bounds from Chauncey's chest. And so that saves like 7 or 8 seconds, because you do have to take time to set up a skew, but then you clip through the wall. But yeah, it used to be really, really hard to do. And then someone realized that you can just hold L, and Luigi's not able to open doors anymore when he's holding L, and it doesn't stop the strat from working. Because the reason why it used to be so hard is because you had to get like basically a perfect skew, right? It had to be like a really, really strong skew. And then there's, you know, hanging ghosts there that can scare you down. So there was a really clever thing where there was a specific timing at which you would press the A button to start the Mario call animation. And you know when you do the Mario call, he moves his flashlight around like that. The way that he moved his flashlight combined with the movement you do for the trick would make it so that that hanging ghost couldn't spawn and scare you down. So you'd get in the corner with the skew, you would call Mario like that, and you would turn with the C-stick and try to knock on the wall on the other side of the door. Basically, because you have that skew, you could knock on the other side of the wall instead of the side that you're standing on using the skew. But you had to time it along with pressing A to call Mario. And that timing changes based on your exact positioning with the skew. So you had to manually, every time you did the strat, get a frame perfect A press that varied in time. It's not just like, oh, you have muscle memory to do this A press. You had to manually time the A press every single time based on a ton of variables. And I was the only person who could do it consistently. And it was such a fun and rewarding strat, and I loved it, and I miss it. But yeah, you can just hold L, and then instead of being one variable frame based on a ton of factors, it's like, I don't even know how many, probably 5 frames or something. It's like really easy. And you also don't even have to avoid the ceiling ghost with that one as well. So yeah, I just took literally all of the nuance out of it. You also can do it with a much worse skew as well. That also became easier. Like literally everything about it that was hard just evaporated. On my deathbed, I'm still gonna be upset about that, dude. I do really have such a chip on my shoulder from that. Oh yeah, I totally got distracted. It was such a big explanation to do that. I have ADHD. I'm glad you brought me back around. The answer is, that's part of it, is I'm really nostalgic for the category because of that period. On top of that, there's just things that are really fun about it. I just, in general, like Out of Bounds. It feels very rewarding to do. Even the mouse skew, as frustrating as it is to try and get consistently, I find it fun. I do actually like it. See, it's fun. I'm on good pace. I will answer you later. Late on A. So yeah, and also, like, I really like that it's such a short category because I can really hone in. That's why I'm grinding it right now. 2 reasons. One, because I don't have a PB with Bowser 1 cycle and I want one. And then 2, because I came back to this game after a super long break and I wasn't in shape with any of it, right? And so I really, really gravitated towards any percent because it's a category that only touches a couple of parts of the game that I could hone really far in on and not have to, like, you know, not have to just jump to ironing out every single bit of my gameplay across the entire mansion, you know? I could just get really good at a couple of rooms and a couple of tricks. Yeah, any percent isn't my favorite category or anything. I am just grinding it super heavily because I want that PB. My favorite category is max percent still. I really am in a yappy mood, huh? Not that I mind. Oh, I was just fucking around doing it anyway. It wasn't like I got anything crazy. I only did it for a little bit to, like, yeah, just to keep my brain engaged and shit. I would love to get a better max percent time. But, yeah, it's not a priority for me right now. With how random that category can be in terms of some of the time saves, it's not like it's impossible that I could just do, like, a random one-off run in PB. But I certainly couldn't get a run I'd be, like, happy with on, like, just any old attempt. I would have to be, like, grinding it, probably. Because there's so much intricacy to optimizing that category. Even if I get, like, you know, perfect luck the entire run, I'm not going to be happy with it unless I play well. Yo, sounds good, Akane. Appreciate you chilling. Oh, cool. He's too fast. Dude, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, if that's gonna happen, it's gonna be Gelato, right? I'm trying to think if any of them are as hard as that one. Nah, like, it's gonna be Gelato, I feel like. There's only a couple of those in the game, huh? I was thinking in my head, like, there must be a bunch of them. There's not really that many. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, yeah. Well, I didn't realize that that would be the reason why. I assume that you just got some extremely unfortunate bonk or something that, like, you know, took a lot of time to recover, because there's certainly places you can, like, bonk that it's like, oh, well, there's fucking 15 seconds gone from one bonk.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Oh, there's more punishing games.
Mario.
How about Pikmin? You try to run Pikmin, you have like a leeway of literally one of them dying for the majority of the run. Don't you love it when a Pikmin trips? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's the most fun. Yeah, I actually have been watching Pikmin 1 a decent amount because, friends with a guy called Aslo. He's really cool. He's super good at Pikmin 1 runs. Yeah, he's told me a bunch of stuff about it where it's like, dude, it is such a cool game. I used to, back in the day, want to run it until I realized that the only way to really practice it is to already be good at it. Like, you have to practice so much before you can do a run, because it's all cycle-based. So things don't, like, line up the same or work the same if you're there on a different day. So yeah, in order to, like, do the proper route, you actually just need to be good enough to do the route, you know what I mean? Yo, what's up, Spiffy? Good to see you. Wait, do you really not have a badge in my chat? I thought you had a badge in my chat. The hell? Yeah, good to see you, Spiff. Hope you're well. Yeah, well, I guess you're too busy for me anyway, so who cares? You don't get a badge. I'm doing good. I'm happy to. I think at one point I, like, cut down on mods, and I probably, like, meant to give you VIP, but I just didn't go back to your name, because I was focused on cutting down the mods. Oh, come on. Yeah, no. Bad. Well, okay, dude. That didn't happen. That wasn't it. You could tell that I really didn't like that attempt by the way I did that. My focus just was not there. And calling someone an imp is funny. It's like such a supervillain thing to say. Yeah, definitely, definitely. I remember someone used to always talk about twerp being like a really funny thing to say to people because it is like, who uses that outside of TV shows? That is a word for Jesse and James, and that's it. Oh, I don't have time to drink there. Time to drink here. Right, right. Dude, I don't remember a lot of Fairly Odd Parents. Like, I remember the characters and shit, kind of, but it's weird how I don't retain a ton of the show. There's a couple of episodes I can remember. It was such a, like, big thing in my childhood, man. Also, it sucks that the guy who made that show is apparently, like, a weirdo and a bad person. So I've heard. What's his name? Butch Hartman or something? Yeah, I don't remember what it was specifically, but I remember like looking at it and it's like, oh, this guy's like weird. I think he's like really political in like a very bad way or something. I don't know, I don't remember. No, he's not a Nazi, I don't. Pretty sure he's not a Nazi. Pretty sure he's a weirdo though. Oh, come on. Since I'm slandering a man on stream, I'm gonna at least Google. In various statements, Hartman has downplayed suicide and mental health issues and implied that they were not an issue in the past. Okay, well, I definitely hit the nail on the head with him being a weirdo. Yeah, that's not cool. And he was accused of plagiarism. Oh my god. He jokingly said to Tara Strong, the voicer of Timmy Turner, that she was the reason why the previous voice actress, Mary Kay Bergman, committed suicide? How the fuck do you even say those words and think it's a joke? Jesus Christ. Oh, they also claimed that prayers can cure autism. That was definitely the one that I heard. That was the one where I was like, it's some weirdo, like, fringe political thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's, It doesn't like gay people as well. Or, rather, trans people. He doesn't like trans people. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, he's like insanely religious, yeah. Which I guess may inform why he talks about suicide the way that he does. A lot of super religious people have really, really bad opinions that they voice way too loudly about suicide, unfortunately. He does look so much like Rick Astley, yeah. Yeah, Tara Strong's in, like, everything. She's really talented. Keeps resetting the day. Oh, like is it based on Groundhog Day?
Mario. Mario. Mario.
It is crazy, like, growing up and realizing that so many episodes of old cartoons were just, like, retellings of, like, old stories.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Alright, I'll try to not keep talking about right-wing freaks by accident while you sleep. Right.
Mario.
Dude, I forgot the context in which that's a compliment, Doug. I was like, wait, what do you mean? I was thinking of, like, you know, people say, like, smoke and mirrors. Hi, Doug. Good to see you, man. Thank you. And what's up, Ellie? Thanks for the good luck. Welcome.
Mario.
Thank you, Ashes. Appreciate you. Welcome. It's a long time, man. Long time. I have been smoking people. Wasn't really trying to, but I do agree. Once I remembered that that's what that means, it is a fun term.
Mario. Mario.
Oh, I walked for so long before opening that.
Mario.
Specifically, when I enter Fi-Fi's stream, I like to say, how's it going, hot stuff? Or hey there, hot stuff.
Mario.
I like that one as well. I don't know why, but I reserved that for him, though. That wasn't even very good if I'd gotten through the door, but the fact that I bonked there, it's like, no thanks. It would have been, like, slightly below average if I got through the door.
Mario.
Now, the reason I bonked on it is because the door barbs weren't going away as soon as I thought they would be. If I'd gotten through the door when I thought I was going to be able to, then it would have been pretty alright. But still, like, only average.
Mario. Mario.
What would you guys prefer right now? Do you want to keep watching me do attempts, or do you want to do a restream of my first ever Luigi's Mansion run? in celebration of the 10 year. Because I'll probably do that at some point today, but I'll be streaming for a long time, so curious if anyone has a preference. Okay, good. Nice.
Mario.
Yeah, I remember that too. There's a few things like that.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
There was someone who tried to make someone tried to make a series called Speedrunners I Love. And it was like literally the same premise as mine, but minus the satire, and they thought it was like a counterpoint to mine. And I explained to them, like, 'cause, you know, I wasn't necessarily offended, but like artistically I was like, no, that's not how that works. Like, I guess artistically I was kind of bothered by it, but yeah, no, obviously not in terms of like, that's my idea and you're ruining it. But yeah, I sort of explained like, it doesn't really make sense. It's kind of just like, you took all the jokes out of it, and it seems like you don't understand that my series was already meant to be positive. And then he ended up just being like, oh yeah, you're right, and stopped making them. That was a sort of weird thing. Yeah, let's do that then. Let's do the restream. That'll be cool. I might like skip around through it though, because obviously we've all seen the game before. What were your vids about? So they were a satire video. I think I explained. Were you here when I explained this earlier? I can't remember. Because I'll explain it differently based on whether you were or not. Okay, so they were satire videos, basically where I would pick a streamer that I really liked, and I would make like a fake hate video about them. It was called Speedrunners I Hate, and it was an advertisement of their channel, was the point of it. So I would pick clips that like showed off things that I really liked about them. But yeah, it's the tagline of it is like a double meaning. The tagline is exposing speedrunners for who they truly are. So it's trying to give them exposure as opposed to like exposition, like exposing them. It's also exposition as in like explanation. That's another synonym of that. So it was like really it's a really specific thing that I was going for as a satire series. It basically makes fun of how negative most YouTube content of speedrunning was at that time. It was all like rage compilations and like weird fucking toxic bullshit, all of it talking about like cheaters or like you know, overblowing like rules like being decided on as like a negative thing, like all that sort of shit. So yeah, it's basically satirizing that while making advertisements for my friends. Also, yeah, that's just pure coincidence, Sleepy. That is funny. I genuinely just got asked twice today. I ain't bring it up. Alright, let's find my first Luigi's Mansion run. My god, the layout on it. This hideous abomination was the layout that I used to use. Alright, that seems like about the right size, sure. How old is the video? This is from 8 years ago. October 26th, 2016 is when this is posted. I don't think that's when I did the run, though, necessarily. Yeah, no, that can't be right. Anyway, I've been speedrunning this game since 2015. I thought that there was... Is that not the right one, actually? No, that's the first one that I have listed. Okay. Oh, right, okay. So it was April 9th, 2015 that I actually got it, though. Yeah, there you go. I am doing this 10-year stream a little tiny bit late, but I picked today to be the day. But yeah, there you go. That's the actual date for it. I don't know why it was uploaded to... I must have had it on Twitch and then changed it to YouTube at some point. Oh, wait, hang on. No, never mind, it's fine. Any percent no out of bounds console on my splits? Yeah, you followed really, really early, Spiffy. I remember that. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, meme percent. Dude, I can't believe at the time I thought this was a good layout. I did already have this all down. So this is my first recorded run on console. When I first started running this game, I really wanted to stream it, right? I wanted to start learning speedruns and streaming it, but I didn't have a capture card. You can see at the bottom it says, praise Corvus, who bought me this capture card. So yeah, I ended up getting, like, bought one off of Amazon by a viewer. But I played on emulator before that with keyboard controls. This is also like right after I had first started parting my hair to the side like this. So it looks really shit because I got given like a bowl cut basically. And then I started parting it to the side, but it hadn't grown in enough that I could cut it across that way. So there's just a triangle in the middle of my head. Why isn't he spawning when I look directly at him? Yeah, you really were, dude. Yeah, I remember people used to be really weird about that double because, like, the best thing you can do is walk directly left so that the left ghost starts trying to punch you because then he turns around you. Like, in trying to target you with the punch, because he starts turning whatever direction you are from him once he starts the punch so that it'll actually aim it in the right direction. As he does that, he actually gets out of your way. Just because his hitbox shifts. But you have to literally walk at him like you're gonna bump into him. So yeah, back in the day, people didn't do that. And they would try to walk all the way to the bottom of the room and then whip around to catch both, which is just way harder than just going down left and walking further. It's so weird that that used to be the strat. Damn, remember when I didn't reset in Area 1? You're right. If only I was as wise as this guy. Oh my god, the way I split those two, like getting the worst possible suck up. I also used C-stick for all of the suck ups. I would aim the opposite way of the ghost with the control stick, and then I would like um basically I would hold that just anchor, say that the ghost was up from me. I would hold that just down. And the C-stick, I would move in like little circles, like the same direction as where the control stick is, but I would move it in little circles so that it would go in and out of the actual range to damage the ghost. And every time it goes back in, it starts doing damage again. And that's like a pretty consistent way to get slow suck-ups, but at high level. The thing is, it can be exactly the same speed. And I used to die on this hill so hard. It can be exactly the same speed if you do it perfectly. You just have to do like really specific shit with the C-stick. But yeah, it's way easier to optimize using just the control stick. But yeah, I used to do it because honestly, I still to this day, I was talking about this the other day, I really wish that it was standard on controllers for the right stick to be movement, because I have so much more control over my right thumb than my left one. That strat is awful. I haven't seen this dude who was in chat in forever, but he used to like he used to claim to have like a 101 in this game, even though he definitely didn't. And he wasn't like very serious, like he wasn't trying to cheat or anything. It was just I think he thought it was like a joke and he said it one time. And I was like, are you serious about that type shit? Like I didn't just say like fuck you, that's not true type thing. I was just like, I don't think that's right, but like, are you serious? And then just from then on, he was always weird about it. I think because he like wanted to pretend it was true, but also didn't want to lie, so he just always was weird about it. But I remember that distinctly. He later like I'm pretty sure later he was like pretty straight up about, yeah, I never had a time like that and didn't even really mean to claim I did, but everyone used to do Neville on the bottom. That wasn't just me, like everyone used to do that. Why? Oh my god, this Lydia. So I'm holding the wrong direction on the control stick and then doing it that way. If I'm wiggling the C stick the direction that like I was trying to basically do the C stick in the direction of where she's like about to be, which is not how you do it. But because the C stick doesn't like give you leverage over her the same way the control stick does, it basically makes her just stay exactly in the zone that you're not pulling when you do that specific thing. Because my leverage on the control stick is pulling her to be in the wrong direction from my C stick, basically. And I know that now. At the time, I was confused by it. No. This world record at this time, I want to say, would have been 59 something, like a low 59, or it would have been 58. I can't remember the times. A high 58 or so, though. Um, Let me see, actually. I doubt that this history is preserved because a lot of the leaderboard history is fucked for this game for several reasons. Let's see. Oh, wait, this goes from top to bottom. Okay. So boy Fi-Fi with the record back then. People forget Fi-Fi had no out of bounds record as well. Yeah, so it doesn't have the actual run that was world record at the time still uploaded, which makes perfect sense. Yeah, I want to say at that point in time, world record was, yeah, like a low 59, I believe. I love Fi-Fi so much. He's my favorite. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Jide. It's good to see you. What's up, Creeper Zone? Good to see you too. I'm actually like nostalgic for this setup now. The old way of doing Chauncey. The new one is obviously way better, but I'm kind of nostalgic for this one. Dude, I used to be a lot less funny. Leaning back is cool, guys. I used to do that a lot when I was trying to be funny. I used to try to sound like JonTron. I used to do that a lot. I was calling him Blam. Yeah, I used to call him that, and I don't know. At some point, he started not fucking with it, so I stopped. I remember thinking that that was like a cute nickname, and he was just like, eventually, just like, yeah, can you stop calling me that? I'm like, oh, okay. I was trying to be nice. I think it might have just been because he didn't like that username, though. He used to have the username HDLaxBM, like LAXBM. Um, I don't know why it was that. I think it might have been like his initials or something. I don't know. You're standing way too far back. Get to the front. Okay, that's fine though. That wasn't actually a donation. That $10 actually was pretty not pog. He owed me money because he commissioned a layout. God knows why when mine looked like this. He commissioned a layout from me. And I made him a really shitty, ugly layout because I couldn't make layouts at that point in time, but he asked me to. And he paid me half of what he said he would, even though it came out looking exactly like you would have expected it to. So yeah, that's not really a donation. That was a underpayment for a job. Yeah, that was so good, man. Yeah. I used to not use global hotkeys. Why? Okay, I laughed at my own joke there. Yeah, sure. Will do. my chat cut off? I'm trying to... Oh, no, no. Yeah, so that was back when Breaker Boo one cycle wasn't really a thing. He was trying to perfect that. I guess that timeline adds up, yeah. The range you have to look in for that guy is actually a little scuffed. Because of the way that corner works, he gets to scare you from like really far away. Because every double does that. Damn, at that time I definitely said that because I thought it picked up on my mic. Oh, dude, the ancient... Wait, I really went for Ballroom 6 with no scare skip? What? Was that a thing back then? I guess that was a thing, yeah. Yeah, no, that was a thing. I forgot that that was... This was actually, like, fairly standard. They would tell you it was, like, a good beginner strat. Because if you take all the time in the world to do it, it's really not too hard. But yeah, doubles were a thing that used to be like way less optimized by top runners. But yeah, I really forgot I started off doing Ballroom 6. That's so weird. My suck-ups were so bad. I want to like pull up a run after this. And you know what? I'll do it right now while I remember. I'm going to pull up a run where I was like, I was still using C-Stick, but I was better at it. Just to show you that it's not actually that horrible. So... 57... Probably... Oops. Probably in this one? Let's see. This is when I had controller cam, so it'll be easy to tell. Yeah, I was still using C-Stick. Yeah, but look at how much cleaner that suck-up is. Let's go to, like, Bogmire. People used to call me a magician at Bogmire. V-Man started that. I've always been the Bog champ. Yeah, like, it's stuttery, but it's pretty fucking solid for C-Stick, honestly. I got pretty good at that shit. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger for you guys, actually. I'm realizing it's kind of small. This chat looks super bad now, though. uh... I still have that habit of whenever I'm like waiting to have something to do in a speedrun, I'll just go, all right. Dude, it really was nice because like at the time I had obviously no money, like no money. Um, yeah, they got me like a $30 capture card. It was. Poster Skip was found a couple years after this, I think. It definitely a long time ago. If I had to guess, I would say late 2016, early 2017, maybe. If I had to guess. Dude, I was cooking with the bits. Not the right way. Yeah. You know, you get to see the old setup here. Wait, actually, where was he? Was he? Oh, he was just in there. Yeah, I just didn't check it correctly. Yeah, the radar updates really slowly there. That happens a lot. Oh yeah, I didn't even go for text skip at this point. Okay. Oh, I used to do this with the vacuum. It's funny too, because again, like everything goes full circle. I do that with the vacuum again now, but because it's faster than doing the Nox the way I do it. Also, ads are about to play, so I'll just fuck around and not continue the video, I guess, during those, so that nobody misses any of the rewatching of it. Still don't care about Hearthstone. I was saying that to him, saying I didn't have anything I didn't have anything else going on. I might as well drunk stream tonight, I think. Which, you know, shouldn't have been admitting to knowing that feel back then. Can my ads start? I hate when it just lies about the timing of them. Yeah, no, like they're not actually playing yet, but they were supposed to. There they are. Anyone who can still hear me has given either me or somebody else money, or has ad block. Filthy thief. I'm gonna do a Pokemon Go battle while I wait. Almost done with the ads. Get back to the video soon. Okay, the ads are done. I'm doing a Pokemon Go battle as I was waiting for you guys. Okay, I won my Pokemon Go battle. Yeah, so the people in my chat were Pokemon Gen 1 speedrunners. I hated that Kappa. Don't do that. Oh, I think she like accidentally input down in the shop when she was buying Pokeballs in her speedrun. And so she bought like the max amount instead of buying like, I don't know, 11 or whatever she was supposed to. In the Gen 1 speedruns, as far as I remember, the money routing is pretty important. Like, you can't do that. And she was like really southern girl, so whenever she'd like yell, it would be really funny. Oh, oh, oh. At least past me took credit for that mistake. Yeah, you used to get the chest first, obviously, because Fire Save Warp wasn't a thing yet. Oh, that fucking. I was reading what she said. I thought I just said dude BTW out of nowhere. I'm cringing at my commentary a bit less than I thought I would be. Oh, right, yeah. Dude, half of this is just like old inside jokes with people I don't know anymore. Appreciate that. Honestly, I've still sort of got that in my lexicon. That's like a joke that I make frequently, is stuff like that. Yeah, you can't do that, man. Do I go for chess cutscene skip? Probably, right? No, I don't. Okay. And I probably don't try to clear the room first, right? Well, I had worst cycle, so because you used to not get guaranteed good cycle. Oh, I accidentally got the double. And I still didn't open that. I have so much time here. I didn't scan the mouse hole either. Yeah, you can really see where being bad at. Wait, what? What movement? Do I mean at the start of the... Oh, to grab the... I made that strat? Everyone does that now. I didn't even remember that I made that strat. Yeah, flashlight and vacuum cancels are a thing, yeah. At this point in time. Dude, I gotta take credit for that more. I made that up where you grab the fire as you suck him up? Holy shit. Oh, wait, no, I'm probably just talking about the Boo find. Okay. Dude, I was like, what the fuck for a second? Because that's such an obvious thing. Like, someone had to have figured that out. I do remember people used to not do it, though. That was, oh my god, get closer to him. What were you doing? I really wanted to get closer to the door, but... Yeah, let's actually see. I wasn't paying attention. Am I doing all the... Yeah, I'm doing flashlight skips. Poorly, but I'm doing them. Yeah, Hidden Room wasn't put into the run for a really long time. Back at this point in time, first of all, you got to realize that save warps weren't allowed at this point in time, which does change a couple of things. It's not really relevant to why we don't do Hidden Room, but it does change a lot of things. But also, at this point in time, we, by standard, would get Breaker Boo and Pipe Boo. And basically, we didn't realize that Hidden was so good because... first of all, at this point in time, we thought you had to clear Pipe Room, which was the most embarrassing moment for everyone in the community when we realized you can just go through the room while it's dark and get the chest. Because no reason not to, but literally, like, the entire community had that oversight for, like, years and years. I straight up think that wasn't noticed until, like, 2017 or something embarrassing. But yeah, because we thought you had to clear Pipe Room, and because we wanted to get Breaker Boo, they come as a pair, right? Because if you don't one cycle Breaker Boo, he almost always goes into Pipe Room. So then you have to clear Pipe Room, and you might as well get Pipe Boo anyway. So nowadays, I mean, Hidden Boo is way faster to get than Pipe Boo. There's no question about that. But yeah, the people one cycle Breaker Boo nowadays. But yeah, it used to be that those two came as a pair, and so it was worth getting them instead of getting Van Gore Boo or Hidden Boo. But yeah, when we started getting Hidden Boo, we replaced Breaker Boo with Van Gore Boo. That was the route for a while as well. And then people slowly started working in Breaker Boo one cycle to replace Van Gore Boo. Yeah, I guess the reason that save warps came up in my mind is because, yeah, nowadays everyone's save warps out of Armory Room. But at that point in time, you had to mirror warp anyway, so it wasn't a big deal to lose Breaker Boo. That was just looked at as, like, how it worked. You know, even at the beginning of this run, HD was talking about, like, trying to one-cycle Breaker Boo, because it wasn't a thing. Why do I care? Oh, did I still believe... People say that that one is slower? Maybe it's different on English. Maybe it actually is slower. I don't remember the timing for English. But on Japanese, it's like barely any time at all. But people do say that that song is slower. Dude, she straight up looked like she might have broken off there. Imagine breaking off to Melody. I did know at this point in time that there wasn't a possibility for the Boo to be in that spot. I just knocked on it by accident. He's probably all the way right now. Oh no, I got lucky checking left and he was. Oh my god, yeah. Dude, that's so scuffed. Um, well, I mean, yeah, this was my first like recorded run. I'd done the ones that I had done on emulator, so I was still very inexperienced at this point in time. Um, like I had the route, but I didn't really know strats. So yeah, my reading was definitely not good. Reading was also less developed at this point in time, for sure. But yeah, I'm also just pretty bad at it in this video. Dude, I still get like that, but I'm way better at dealing with it, where like, if there's something I'm interested in chat, sometimes I'll just be like, you know, I'll focus on the game when I need to, but I'll still in the back of my head be like, I want to do the thing, and I want to do the thing. Give me free time. Dude, it looks especially bad when the next split is one of the pink ones and it lines up with the pink of the final split. I can't believe I left gray as the color for the current split too. Dude, this layout is hideous. I wonder if I had remembered that that Boo was there. I didn't react surprised. Yeah, I didn't hear the switch. Dude. I cannot believe after all of those double cackles, I decided to back up like that. There's no way that I show it on stream, so we don't we get cucked about this. You're supposed to get hit there. That's the worst thing you could do there. Yeah, he's back in. Dude, that's so bad. But I like the picture, dude. It's a good picture. You can really feel like that at this point in time I really cared a lot more about like I don't know, about people like how they felt about what I was saying. Like I kept saying that over and over again because I wanted them to be like, oh, yeah, he likes the thing I like, you know? Like you did it correctly. Yeah, I used to do that with water, which honestly isn't much worse than the strat that I do, but I actually found that improvement. Everyone used to do that with water, and then I found the stun lock to do that double. It was actually a pretty good graveyard for my skill level back then. Of course your PB pace. You have a, what is it, a 113. Terrible. I was going way too fast on it because I was scared. You're fine, brother. Oh, I was about to say something. I thought I was just gonna stare. Oh, what? Damn, that's the strat. When bored, just ask a random person how they're doing. Make sure to single them out as best you can. And the longer it's been since they last chatted, the better. Wait, did I not? Your thumb probably slipped, but that is weird. It's pretty hard to accidentally like press the two buttons at once without noticing. I was definitely on a first-party controller though. I do think back at this point in time, I was way too confident that I was like aware of exactly what I had done. You know, this is before I like got diagnosed with ADHD, but I'm definitely just describing like that I need the rest period in between because I get overstimulated. And because all of the courtyard is loaded. It's a shit ton of stuff visually loaded right there. It's also intensive actually to unload Altar Room. Yeah, that one's just because of lighting and this being a pretty big room. And the same thing again, actually. You're unloading a lot of stuff too. I am missing most of the flashlight skips, huh? Dude, sit still for a second. Yeah. You gotta turn around. Brother. That will happen every single time. Get closer to him. That is reasonable to like if you haven't seen that before, it's super reasonable to be confused by. That interaction is like kind of unique. It's like it's because he's below you and because grabbers have weird hitboxes to begin with, so they're particularly hard to grab from or to to grab from far away. Um but yeah, especially since he's below you and that candle gets in your way so you can't get as close to him. Like if you don't step past that candle a little bit, you just don't get his heart. I'm not activating the bucket. Oh, it wasn't in the... No, the trap is in the bucket, I think. I think. That was actually pretty good on that boo for when I did this. Yo, thanks, Kai. We're rewatching my first submitted run. It's from 2015. I do get that one cycle, though. That's what C-Stick is good for when you're shit at the game, is shit like that. That's fine, sure. So a weird way to do the yarn balls, but it works. Yeah, Nana's hard when you're bad. Dude. I cannot believe that I still one-cycled that boo. I want to rewatch that, actually. Dude, that was so many cackles. I think I only got 3 extras, I guess. Maybe 4, but I can't believe he even stopped double cackling, honestly. Yeah, I did my first bunch of runs on emulator with keyboard control because I wanted to stream them. And then someone bought me a capture card. Their name is on the stream. It's, Corvus was their name. Oh. Getting dragged away from the punch there was pure luck. Yeah. Do I get it? No, of course, I press R too early. It was like a link that was like 4 lines long. That was pretty good, though. The boos are stressful to watch, but that was pretty good. What time is that? That's 33:57. Yeah, at this point in time, I probably would lose shit tons to Moonshot. I used to think repeating things was so funny. Can't do that. Yeah. This room's definitely going to be a travesty, right? Even on the single ghosts. I am on English, but like, yeah, it's crazy how much I'm losing health. Oof. That could have gone worse, though, given the circumstance, honestly. I don't do hours every day now. No, 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 not that way. It's in the chair. No, you didn't. I don't think at this point in time I knew about the thing where you can't activate two boo spots at exactly the same time. You have to wait for the animation of the first one to be done. Oh my god. C-Stick Mobile, no. I impressed myself. I came up with a faster way to do it. Why am I standing on the right side? That's a bad idea. Use your C-Stick better then. Always does. I still find that glitch pretty weird. Where like if you put your vacuum on him for a bit and then take it off, then when you go to like fully get rid of the plane, it sort of like gets stuck and then shoots off to the side. It does make it actually a bit faster if you're gonna get him as like a single. Makes it a bit faster to not tap him with the vacuum if you can avoid it. But it's weird. Like I don't know exactly the mechanics of it. It's sort of a thing that I feel out more than pay attention to. I definitely used to be like more frustrated by more shit back then. You switched, man. That was like the one time that this run that I've actually properly reacted to the boo, like trying to leave like that. It looked like it was intentional though, so I knew how to do it. What's up, Zombo? Welcome back. We're rewatching my first submitted run. Why? I don't know why I thought that. I'm looking at my phone even right now. I feel you passed me. I didn't want to skip forward though, because I don't know if I do say anything. I guess I can. Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, at that point in time I was very uncomfortable with being silent, yeah. Because I felt at this point in time like I was supposed to be PewDiePie, for sure. You know, like I thought I was supposed to always be on and be like loud and obnoxious and I thought that's what entertainment was. Good on past me for going for the boo instead of trying to open the chest first. That's correct. Welcome back, KWD. Wow, I got the scare skip there. I guess I don't know how intentional that was though, because it can just happen if you do the movement like that. You gotta aim up, man. Yeah, yeah, this is my first submitted Luigi's Mansion run. Sure. Oh my god. Come on, spray ice on him. Don't do that. Whatever, that's fine. That probably works, though. All right, man. Yeah, you grabbed him at the wall pretty well. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. HD, it looks like he generously donated $10. He commissioned me for a layout, which God knows why he did that, because my layout looks hideous. But he did commission me for a layout, and then he only paid me half of what he promised because he didn't like it. That wasn't like agreed upon, he just did that. So, not as much of a homie move as it looks like. I mean, this was so many years ago, though, obviously. What am I mad about? Oh, the ice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not even bad ice. It literally wasn't even bad. Dude. Yeah, pay attention to this, guys. You might not know what happened. There's no such thing as a fast 2 cycle. I used to say that way too much. It's because it is different. It's fast text. I'm surprised I noticed that back then. I believe that No Out of Bounds record was a low 59 or a high 58 at this point. I tried to check earlier, but I can't accurately because there's a lot of runs in the history on the boards that have gone lost to time. Oh my god, I used to play music on stream. I didn't even remember doing that. Dude, I kind of don't want to watch it now. Fuck. I do still like that song. We're just gonna skip to the highlights of Area 4 then and leave it muted. Am I still? Yeah, I am still listening to music. Dude, I'm pissed that I did that back then. Yeah, I think at this point in time I didn't know you could just mute desktop audio, so I just listen to music on stream. Also, copyright was not a thing back then. Like, it literally didn't matter if you played, like, fucking any Hit 100s song on your stream. Like, you wouldn't get in trouble. I'm surprised that even activated. It feels like it's very unearned how decent that run went. Okay, never mind though. It I earned the time lost back with bad RNG. That's not gonna work. Maybe that works. Oh, it does. I really? I don't know if the double in that room was known at this point in time. I'm interested to see. Oh, I did already do this strat. Wow. Because, yeah, you get very safe from those two guys if you go to the bottom left corner because they get caught on the table. I went for double? What the hell was I thinking? There's no way that I get even decent damage. Or I get one of them entirely? I was better then than I am now. What? It was really slow, obviously, so it's not like that would be good to do, but I'm so shocked I got that. Yeah, it was standard back then to do this. We called it Boston Burn, because Boston Brew found it. I just didn't need to get hit by that. I walked into that for no reason. Oh, right, we used to route the room like that, yeah. Which honestly still kind of makes sense. Oh, but yeah, if you don't do a perfect suck up, that banana's always going to lose you time. Oh, wait, I didn't remember this part of it. That makes sense, though, because it brings you... No, never mind. I was going to say it brings you over to the puncher. You just stay over here. I literally just deadass did singles. Again, getting saved by getting dragged away from an attack. Yeah, there's no way that this was even remotely correct at the time that I was playing this. I would assume people definitely didn't go for the triple yet in this room, but there was certainly better routing for the room. Also, yeah, like I said, save warp wasn't allowed yet when I did this run, so you have to pull off the poster. Yeah, no one cycle. So probably good that I didn't get the poster off yet. Got lucky there. I mean, I did the right sort of thing to manip him, but... Oh my god, dude. Oh yeah, let's see what I do here. I do go for the triple, I miss it though. Oh, and I knew to push him. Wow, I did that on purpose. I had done that earlier in the run once, but I thought it was an accident. Yeah, no, I did know how to do that. Just put your vacuum on the boo. Yeah, that worked out fine though. I did a little bit of gaming. I did not do any boo reading. So we were talking about that. At the very beginning of this run, HD's actually in chat, interestingly enough, talking about how he's practicing Breaker 1 cycle and he just got it once, which is super interesting that that was in my chat during this run. Yeah, it was known, but it wasn't consistent. Nobody really went for it, except for maybe at this point in time, Jared was already going for it. I don't know. Jared was the first person to get like really good at it, though. I'm fairly certain he was like miles ahead on that. There's a couple other people who could do it, but I'm betting I do terrible at this. Yeah, no, that it was decent up until he sort of got around me there. Just because back then my reactions weren't good enough at turning the control stick specifically. Wow, I did go for it this way. That might be good positioning though if I turn around correctly. Which I don't, of course. Stop aiming at the boo while you're far away. Oh my god, that's not how you do that. I probably at this point in time just expected to two cycle though. Also, standing to the right there as I get him is the worst thing you can do. Piper in one cycle, yeah, absolutely. Did I get it this run? No, I didn't. He went into the hallway. But yeah, no, Piper in one cycle was something I could even do at this point in time. Although I've always liked that strat. Uh, Back in the day, I used to do that pretty well for my skill level. So this was never faster going on the ceiling. That was never faster to go back through there. I think I was maybe not aware that it was slower, or maybe I didn't trust myself to do the dust piles quickly. Gay Weston indeed. Wait, why am I watching this part? Totally wrong way to manage that as well. My god. Same-sex marriage was still banned from speedrunning. Hey, even back then in Massachusetts, same-sex marriage was legal. We're woke over here. Some twirlers fight, it sure was. Yeah, it didn't get told to me for a while, and I really should have put together on my own, but I didn't get told that you literally just deal with twirlers by, if you don't get him, just drop whatever ghost you have and get the twirler. It's just what you do. Going for that from the front. Don't walk into the cutscene trigger. Oh my god, I intentionally walked towards it because I was like, I gotta start the cutscene. It is so weird watching no save warp. Very foreign to me now. The fastest strat was 2 cycle, um, but it was considered very high level. Um, don't know if I even knew how to do it at this point. Probably not. I think I didn't start going for 2 cycle for quite a while. Wait, yeah, again, why am I watching this part? I keep forgetting to just skip forward. Yeah, and this was what everyone did, obviously, because we didn't have the insta shot. You used to just go to the very like top of, or like the left side, or rather right side of Bowser's face. There you go, and then just place the bomb on him. Does look like I was trying to go for 2 cycle probably. What made 2 cycle a high level strat? King Boo just wasn't as well understood, and yeah, I mean people just hadn't optimized it, pushed it so far that that people could get it consistently. Knowledge about like how to get King Boo to go lower, or that that's what you're trying to do, or that you need King Boo to be further right so that he doesn't instantly go back into Bowser. Um, man. Um, oh yeah, the English bouncing, right? It's 22. It's very blurry though. It might have been 12 actually. I probably picked, yeah, I picked up a heart. Never mind. You're correct. And then I hit myself with the bomb. 2 HP. But I did it. Yay. 112.08, my first console run. That was fun. Thank you, thank you. Where did I put my earbuds? There they are. Yeah, I guess in summary, I surprisingly knew the strats pretty decently back then. I just sucked at them all. Yeah, let's see if I can get a sub 110 this run. Here, I'm gonna start right here. Yeah, the goal is to be less than an hour and 10 minutes.
Mario.
Map glitch was discovered, if I had to guess, late 2018, if I had to guess, maybe? It's a couple years ago. Maybe later than that. No, probably later than that. 2019, I would guess. Yeah, it's a couple years old. Oh, like on the first Golden Ghost in Antarum, you mean? 'Cause, yeah, that was something that, at that point in time, people talked about. Like, me and Jared and a couple other people fixated on that particular strat. I didn't actually notice that I did that, but that makes sense. Yeah, that had sort of just become a thing that you could shorten that animation that way. Whoa. Yeah, no wonder. I wonder if the purple one stopped me there. He might have. Bad. Of course. There you go. Nice. Yeah, that made sense. Completely fair. Top left knock on the wall can clip into courtyard.
Mario.
Or oh, you just were asking which one he's doing. Yeah. He's doing the route with that in all portraits. Yeah, I think doing it with the left wall is better. Can you do that on the right side? I'm not even sure. You probably can do it on both sides if I had to guess. But yeah, that does happen just in general. Sometimes the broom won't load correctly. I'm not sure that there's a ton you can do about it.
Mario. Mario. Oh yeah.
Trying to think. Yeah, I don't know of anything you could really do about that, I don't think.
Mario.
If you can do it on the right side, though, maybe that's better to do because, maybe that would have happened because you slightly loaded the bathroom as you flipped. 'Cause it does tend to happen when you transition rooms out of bounds into another room really quickly, I believe. There's other causes, but I think that's like the main one. So yeah, maybe if you could do it on the right side, you definitely won't flip into Conservatory, right? I don't think. night, Cop. Thanks for chilling.
Mario.
Sleep well.
Mario.
おいヤマンバおいあそいとういおつとまにうまかうい
Mario.
Damn it. Close.
Mario.
Gorgeous. Whoops, that was too far away.
Mario.
おいヤマンバおいあそいとういおつとまにうまかうい
Mario.
Whoa. Damn it. I got so fucking stun locked by that. There you go. I could still maybe make something happen with that. Good. Oh, too far. Too far. That might work. Yep. King. Decent attempt, though. Decent attempt.
Mario. Mario.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Not quite what I meant to do. Bad, sucker. Clearly my favorite has to be Underboo, because he has the funniest name.
Mario.
As a serious answer, my favorite Boo?
Mario.
I really like doing Pipe Boo. It's probably my favorite. Yeah, I think Pipe Boo. He's pretty just fun and different. Oh, that was working, and then I accidentally pressed the stick again. Yeah, least favorite. You'd think that would be like on lock. I would have that down. Maybe the answer is just as simple as Breaker. But I don't hate Breaker, I just hate that I'm not good at it. There's literally nothing that is fun about Biff Boo. He's inconvenient to find, he's inconvenient to fight. He's, like, decent at escaping. There's a bunch of, like, shit in the way as you try to fight him, so sometimes trying to optimize movement, he just gets away. He's just frustrating, and he's never fun. Biff Boo's honestly really low tier. Yeah, I assume that I should answer from NTSC specifically, because those are probably my NTSC answers I'm going to go with. Pal is a whole other story, though. Hype Boo is actually exactly identical in Pal, though, which is cool. In that one, it's just such an easy, simple answer that Weston Boo just is the fucking worst. Although, honestly, Parlor Boo takes second place just for being so fucking annoying to one cycle. Like, he's not that hard, but he's just annoying enough, and he's early enough in the run that he soaks up a lot of the hatred for the Boos in that game. Or version, I mean. Yeah, favorite in that one? What's my favorite Pal Boo to do?
Oi, Yamamba, oi, Apoito, ui, Otoma, ni, Luigi.
Mario.
Dude. It was almost like such a good setup. Like, it was so fast that I wasn't, like, prepared to do the inputs. It also really doesn't help that you can't, like, take a moment once he's frozen. You have to instantly go for it, because he'll start moving. Dude, I'm getting the clip. Oh, jeez. I don't think that they're there. Yeah, no. Damn it. Was that not clipped in even? No, I'm just fucking around for fun. Close. How is that guy still spawn? There you go. That made my skew a bit worse. No, maybe it didn't. It looked weird. But probably only because I had to, like, snap to aim towards it. Oh wait, no, it is this way. Yeah. Oh, I'm on the ceiling of it instead. Still surprised that I haven't been able to find a way to clip down from here. Seems like that shouldn't be hard, but somehow.
Mario.
Like, there's so much glitchy stuff like this.
Mario, 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 Mario,
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to clip down here, which is so weird. This is a good spot, though.
Mario, Mario. Mario.
Anyway, enough fucking around. Sorry. I got distracted by that because it was fun. What was the first game you streamed? It was a Pokemon game. I'm trying to remember which one. It was probably Pokemon Fire Red, if I had to guess. As a Nuzlocke.
Mario, 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 Mario.
What's up, DJ Henry Yoshi? Thank you. Welcome, welcome.
Mario. Mario, Mario. Mario.
Also, how's it going? Throw shoes in the fire, by the way. I answered your thing, but forgot to greet you. Yeah, it's cool, and it's also, like, sad when I compare it to, like, you know, some of the fucking biggest streamers on the platform are like, yeah, I've been streaming for, like, 4 years. Isn't that crazy? It's that long. True. It is my thing. Good bit, good bit. Nice. Ew. Yeah, really, really bad start, obviously. Yeah, just get first try everything else. It'll work itself out. Okay. Not quite. Bad. There you go. Nice. That was a wave animation, but this is pretty fast.
Mario. Mario.
Very good.
Mario.
It's dangerous to get attached to a run this early, but for some reason I like this one.
Mario.
God bless TJ Henry Yoshi.
あそいとういおとまにうまくいき
I don't know him like super well or anything, but he's like one of those friend of a couple friends type things. But yeah, he is everywhere on the internet, that's true. You see him in comment sections like all the time on YouTube.
Mario.
Okay. Yeah, that was so scuffed. I don't know if this even works anymore after doing that. Probably does. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, no, I think it just doesn't work now. That's a thing that I've observed, and I'm not exactly sure if it's a real thing or how it works or anything. But sometimes when you fuck up Biff Flip in a specific way like that, it does seem like you just can't actually clip in properly anymore afterwards. I think it must be something to do with how the rooms are loaded, or like exactly how high you are out of bounds or something. I don't really know. But I'm pretty convinced it's a real thing. Cool. Really fast on that. Oh my god, please. That's kind of cool. I have an appreciation for Tezonde as a dude. I kind of like that he was like, you know, he could have capitalized on the meme, but he kind of just seems like he's not that interested in it. And he just is like, he's still around on the internet. Pretty sure he's probably still streams. I know he used to stream. But, yeah, he's sort of like, seems really humble. He's like legitimately super talented, too. Whoops. Also, ads are about to start, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Mario.
I don't think I've heard that, but that does seem perfect for his voice.
Mario. Mario.
Ui, 야만바, 왜? 앞서 있어, 우리 오토마니, 음악,
Mario.
Ah. Hmm. Oh, I could have used that. There you go. Very slow, obviously. That's fine. Justin, why? I guess I could. Not sure who that is, or what that is. Assuming who.
Mario.
But yeah, my other song that I think of from Teizonde was the Mama Economy one. Yeah.
Mario.
Rip Connie, that sucks.
Mario.
Okay. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Mario.
You know who comments on a shit ton of stuff as well is Jacksepticeye. It's usually just like complimenting whatever video it is in a wholesome way, but it is crazy how many comments I see from him. It definitely is a thing that, you know, when it's someone
Mario.
who people are familiar with, you just end up higher on the comments because you get thumbs up just because they know who you are. So it makes sense how it happens that there's like the same people in a lot of comment sections, but it's always funny to like encounter someone in the wild. I've gotten a couple of replies to comments I've left on YouTube from people being like, what the fuck? What are you doing here?
Oh yeah.
Oh, come on.
Mario. Wow. Mario.
That one time an acquaintance in high school found my YouTube channel. There was a couple of people from my high school who were aware of my YouTube stuff. And I started streaming before I left high school, so there was 2 people who used to come by the stream. Neither of them does anymore unless they change their username, though. Yeah, I didn't really keep in contact with literally anyone from high school. Oh, wait, that's crazy. Like, he didn't know that it was you? That's really crazy, actually.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Dude, that's insane. Yo, what's up, Crafter? Good to see you. SB, thank you so much.
Mario.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, Cookie Dough. Appreciate it. Appreciate it a lot. We're doing any percent attempts and reminiscing about old internet. What was your first stream? It was actually a Pokemon Nuzlocke. I'm not sure exactly what game it was of, but I think it was Fire Red. But yeah, I did this anniversary stream sort of around
Oh yeah.
the time of my first submitted Luigi's Mansion run.
Mario. Wow. Mario.
Damn it. No, I didn't know I would be a speedrunner at first. I was just gonna do Pokemon Nuzlocks on stream as something to do. I did want to take content creation seriously though, but I didn't know where I was gonna go with it. What's up, Hypist? Welcome. Nice, SB. Hope that was fun. I haven't really watched any of that yet. I know that it's the hot new thing, but... yeah, I haven't really caught it.
Oh yeah.
Probably not gonna run the game on Switch 2. We'll see, though.
Mario.
Maybe. Honestly, I mean, if it's on the leaderboards, and I have a Switch 2, then I'll probably... why not at least submit a run?
Mario.
But I don't know, we'll see what it's like when it comes out. For, like, Majora's Mask, for example, they just straight up ignore that the Switch version exists because nobody wants to play it. They do have it on the boards as an option, but, like, there's 2 runs in the main category. Nobody likes it because it adds input delay, which is really bad for that game. It is cool that the whole trilogy is on one console, although I think that the LM2 HD sucks really bad. It's gross that it was $60.
Mario.
I don't know, Akane. It is easier to emulate GameCube than it is to emulate N64. So who knows? I'm not saying that it will have no input delay, but we'll have to just wait and see. Ooh, good run. Damn it, missed the X button. Whoa. Come on, man. I have been doing really good at that clip today, though, so... honestly, if I'm messing it up right now on a dev run, that's better than later when it matters. And I'm doing pretty good at the skew this time.
Mario.
It does make a good ringtone. It's like it was designed to be a ringtone, practically. I just realized what a boomer thing it is that I say ringtone for text notification, actually. That's from having a flip phone and looking through the, like, ringtone store. Yeah, $60 for that game is ridiculous considering they literally didn't touch the game. They made the graphics a lot better, the graphics look great. Good job to the artists, they did their job. But, yeah, it was just completely lazy and way too expensive. The original was $40, this one's 60. They did nothing other than change the graphics. Pretty not okay. It's not a fun video game either, in my opinion. It's one thing when it was on the handheld and, you know, the controls can't be that great, so you don't have an actual analog stick or C-stick or anything. But, you know, once it's on Switch, like, you really didn't change the mechanics even a little bit? Or, like, add extra stuff? Really just left it like that? Because it's fucking boring, man. The gameplay is boring, and the lack of exploration sucks, because they keep just telling you where to go, bit by bit, you know? It's very, very linear, which is kind of the opposite of what Luigi's Mansion is meant to be. Well, I mean, kind of, because this game is actually extraordinarily linear, but it feels the entire time like you're exploring. Giga, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back to the Speed Degeneration for 3 months. That means a lot. Mwah. Paying for games I already played is a pastime of mine. That's funny. I haven't played Pikmin... Oh, wait, no, you said I haven't played 3. I misread that as I haven't played Pikmin 3, and I didn't know why you would have said that, but I was just going to go along with it. Now I'm embarrassed. Anyway, Pikmin 3 is the only one I haven't played. I'm just inserting that into the conversation as if someone said it because I read it by accident. Oh my god, that was so stupid. Just fucking with buttons and ended up losing time to it. Because I didn't have it. I used to literally, I loved Pikmin 1 and 2 so much. They were some of my favorite games as a kid. And I used to literally sit there and Google Pikmin 3 like at least once a week. And then once it finally came out, it had been so many years and it was on the Wii U and I barely used the family Wii U. And I didn't have any money. My parents didn't end up getting it for me, so it's like, I really just didn't care at that point. And ever since then, it's like, I tried to do it on emulator at one point, but it kept, like, soft locking because of a glitch. So, I still don't pretty much have any money, so I don't really want to fork it over for Pikmin 3. I did buy Pikmin 4, though, and I have a love-hate relationship with that game. It's a very weird game to try and rate, because I, like, really, really, really like it, except for the fact that other parts are infuriating. The amount of dialogue and meaningless dialogue is so frustrating, especially given that one of the best parts of Pikmin 1 and 2 is all of the writing. The fact that those games, like, you know, center around the theme of isolation, and yet even Pikmin 1 has amazing writing. You just have to like go looking for it, you know, look in like Almar's notes and stuff.
Mario,
And it's like really, really good. But yeah, the fact that they just took that isolation and threw it in your face and made it constant, spammy, awful dialogue is really frustrating. Nice.
Mario.
Oh yeah, Ochi absolutely is OP. There's no question about that, yeah. But it's not supposed to be a super hard game. You know, Pikmin 1 is super hard, and it's meant to be super hard. Pikmin 2 is super hard in a weird way, where it's like, is it even actually hard? You know, like, you're basically meant to save scum it. Yeah, and then Pikmin 4 is, like, basically not trying to be hard at all.
Mario.
But it, like, gives you things to do.
Mario.
おいヤマンバおいあそいとういおっとまにうまくいき
Mario.
Damn it. Yeah.
Mario.
Yeah, I've never done that, but I imagine that Pikmin 2 with, like, no resets allowed would be a lot more, like, challenging. Oh, it's not even just that, Hypus. You don't have to save scum before the cave. Every single floor in Pikmin 2 saves automatically. Yeah, peace KWD. It really does feel like it was intentionally designed for you to do that. Come on.
Oh yeah. Mario.
So bad on that, too. Thank God I can reset that now. Yeah, it's getting kind of late for sure. That's where I thrive, though.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Okay, whatever. Okay, that didn't lose time, but it felt really bad.
Mario. Wow. Mario.
I wasn't standing in the same spot I usually do there. Actually, literally what went through my head is that I had been thinking about whether it's better to stand further left, but I hadn't really tested it much. I mean, I've moved around the spot that I stand there a billion times over the time I run the game, but I was just remembering that sort of recently I'd looked and seen, like, another top runner. I think it was Snap doing that from further left than I do it. I was thinking, like, maybe it does make it, like, easier. Yeah, it's obviously there, like, almost entirely as a joke, but yeah. It's been redeemed once, yeah. God knows why, but someone very generous did do it once. Her name was Adarukia. I haven't seen them in quite a while.
Mario. Wow. Mario.
Okay, good. Whatever, it's average. Yeah, no, that was such a weird setup there. I was super fucked from the way that I was doing the run. At least I tried pretty hard to save it, you know, you gotta give me credit for that part. Hi, Toad. You know, it's been a long time since I helped him out. Let's make him stop crying for once. And then choose not to save it. It looked like I was humping him. And then anyways, yeah, we put him right back to crying. I still think the crying on the inside glitch is so funny. There's a way to light up the foyer without talking to the toad using a glitch. And so, because the room is lit up, that toad starts standing up and doing the happy animation, but if you talk to him, he gives you the same text because it's your first time talking to him. So he's still crying, he's still sad, he's just sad on the inside. Alright, peace, Cookie Dough. Have a good one. The fucking mushroom with the droplets was good. I like that.
Oh yeah. Mario.
I don't think that that was an accident. Yeah, but the Toad game is pretty good. I feel like they would need a concept for a Waluigi game that needed to be Waluigi, and then they would make one. But they don't have that, so why would they? You know?
Mario. Mario.
Like, the reason that it's Toad is the whole thing of, like, you know, Captain Toad adventuring for stars, but he can't jump. Like, it makes perfect sense.
Mario.
That's why it's a Toad game. Just as well could have slotted some other shit in there, though. Honestly, maybe Goomba would make even more sense. But I don't think the world's ready for a solo Goomba game. Close. I'm kind of surprised that they've never, like, brought Vivian back for anything. Like, she hasn't had another appearance ever, right? No, I get that she's an RPG character, and she's not necessarily, like, you know, any different from all the other billion characters in those games. It's just, I don't know, she's such a fan favorite, and she does sort of stand out as, like,
Oh yeah.
a pretty unique character in the series.
Mario.
Oh, she's a card in Super Paper Mario. Or, is that right? SPM Super Paper Mario, yeah. I forgot that there were even collectible cards in that, honestly. I love that game, though. Haven't really played it in a long time. It was pretty slow.
Mario.
おいヤマンバおい熱いぞういおとまにうまくいき
Mario.
Damn it. Okay. Yeah.
ヤマンバほえあそいとういおとまにうまくいき
Damn it. Also stayed paused for so long there by accident. There you go. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, then come back to runs. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I want to just clear my head. Since I keep missing that, I think I just need a couple minutes. But yeah, appreciate you. I am back.
Mario. Mario.
Oh, I forgot that I had my game audio muted during that part. I did the fucking jump scare thing by accident again. I should like put on some sort of like video game music or something when I go AFK.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Is this true, Akane? Do you also love Billy Hatcher? He's hiding it. Billy Hatcher is an old video game made by the Sonic team, and it's pretty terrible, but Xlor loves it. It's pretty terrible. I've played worse video games.
Mario.
Ugh.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. Although Sega does also own Atlas, which is pretty huge now.
Oh yeah. Mario.
Good.
Mario.
Such a bad sucko. I think drinking one beer will help you sleep. Like, I mean, if it works for you, it works for you, but I'm surprised to hear that.
Mario. Mario.
me, alcohol doesn't really help me sleep. Like, ever. I don't think. Obviously, getting, like, very drunk does actually make it so that you pass out, but that's not sleeping. You actually don't get sleep when you do that until you're, like, passed out for a really long time, then it usually converts into sleep, but yeah, people do think that they slept when they drink a lot, and then they just haven't.
Mario.
Anyway, that aside,
Mario.
fucking... I do feel like alcohol in general just makes you sleep a little bit less deeply. Yeah, it doesn't really help me get to sleep ever, I don't think.
Mario. 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 Mario.
Dude, I deadass didn't respond to that "it's not terrible, it's goated" properly because I thought it was Exlor that said it. So it's the green names of similar length. That's so funny. Like, I literally just read the message and I was like, yep, that's Exlor. Yeah, no, I know that now. You just said the most Exlor coded thing. That's true, Exlor. You do openly admit to that.
Mario. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I still vividly remember just walking in circles for, God knows, like half an hour or something, just trying to figure out how to push the egg or whatever it was. Or hatch it, that's what it was, hatch the egg. And I kept pushing it. But then you have to, like, let go of it to do that. Nice. That was definitely partially my fault, because I was skipping through, like, tutorial dialogue. But also the fact that they tell you exactly once, you can instantly mash through the text box, and then you can't bring it back up in any sort of way? That's kind of crazy.
Mario.
And it was like a one-sentence thing, so it definitely didn't tell you how to, like, do it properly anyways. Yeah, I knew that wouldn't work. There you go.
Mario! 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 Mario!
Sort of getting to that phase of like just wanting to be on a run. Which, like, I don't mind grinding the area ones, but I don't know, I sort of I don't have my heart in it, I feel like. Which is fine. Oh my god. It's fine.
Mario! Mario!
You know what, when I was AFK, I forgot to get a drink. I'll try to, like, really, really rush, but after this run, I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Oh yeah! Mario! Mario! Mario!
Yeah, let me go grab a drink real quick. I won't be too long.
Hello?
No, I'm here. I'm back. I just also grabbed a cup of yogurt. I feel weird eating on stream. I'm back, I promise. I got it. I do feel bad that I literally said, like, oh, I won't be very long.
Mario. Mario.
Yeah, I'm quite excited. I love Kirby Air Ride. I'm interested to see what they'll do with it, because, like, making a modern day Kirby Air Ride seems like an interesting concept, because, you know, it's very of its time. I'm interested to see how they'll expand on it.
Mario. Mario.
We did already see Plant Ace in the reveal trailer, so it'll probably have a mode that is very similar to the Air Ride mode. And then you know for sure that there's going to be something resembling City Trial, because they'd be hung at the stake if they didn't have that. Burned at the stake. That's the phrase, not hung at the stake. I saw someone saying a reason why they thought it wouldn't be on NSO. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Mario. Mario.
Let me see. I know that it was someone in the Kirby Air Ride Discord. Oh no, I was misremembering. They were saying that there's no chance that they don't include it. Oh yeah, yeah. That was the thing that they made a good point about that I hadn't thought about. When they did the reveal in the demo or the direct about what games were going to be on the NSO, it was before the Kirby Air Riders trailer. And so if they showed Kirby Air Ride there, it would probably have been like more of a hint. So it might deadass already be like in the games list, but they just didn't want to show it that early in the presentation. Which I think is a good point. That's very likely, honestly. And you know, the NSO games are like multiplayer online, right? Because it'd be sick if you could just play City Trial with your friends and not have to be in the same room. Obviously, that's already a thing you can do with NetPlay, but yeah, that'd be really cool. That'd be crazy if they brought all the Mario parties from GameCube, yeah. I don't know why part of me is like, there's no way they'll do that. Did they have Mario Party 1 on NSO? Or in general, like any of the N64 ones? I feel like they probably did actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I only just got that, like, access to that the other day, because my friend put me on their family plan, but... Damn. Okay, sick, so they probably will do it for GameCube. Oh, that's awesome. Yay, no more need to net play. Well, if you have the fucking expansion thing. Does only one person need it, or does everyone need it? Yo, how's it going, chicken? Welcome in. Also, you're all good. Sorry for, like, being snippy about it. I was just doing runs and didn't have time to type. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Hope you're doing well. Okay, good. Alright, not bad. Okay. I probably didn't need that hesitation, but I surprised myself.
Mario! Mario! Mario!
おいどやまんばおいあっといとういおっとまにうまかうい
Does anyone feel strongly about the fact that it's OG Wind Waker on NSO? Because I saw a couple people post about that online, and I don't know if that's just like, you know, Twitter engagement posts, or if people are actually upset about that. Personally, I actually think that version looks better, but that's just me. But, I mean, not having Swift Sail, I do think, is kind of sad. Swift Sail is definitely the best thing that that version did. But... yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I don't mind the Triforce Hunt thing, though. Like, it is an unnecessary part of the game, but it really doesn't take that long. Because it's just the fishing the pieces up part that they take out. Although, you know, I was watching Minnie do runs the other day, and I thought it was really funny that in the run he was doing, it is just as annoying to fish up the one that has all the giant pea hats around it. Those things are so obnoxious. That one Triforce piece is worth taking them all out. Yeah. Minnie was saying that he thinks they'll probably just not even have the Tingle Tuner, even though it's going to be GameCube Wind Waker, which does make sense, because it would be weird to try and have it.
Mario.
Also, I do love the different camera in Wind Waker, just for the fact that it made that really funny Game Grumps clip where they try to take a selfie with Ganon. Okay. Oh, come on. That was completely my fault. I accidentally hit right on the C-stick.
Mario.
Yeah.
おいヤマンバおい
I know what you're talking about with that. I forget though, doing the statue quest, doesn't it just give you like lore? Like I don't think it does anything really in game, right? Isn't it just lore that you get? Oh. I want to look that up after this run, actually, because I am interested in that. Wind Waker Tingle Statue Reward. Yeah, it just gives you a shit ton of rupees. Each contain a hint to the location of a renewable source of 100 rupees. Okay, whatever. Did my thing just crash? What's going on here? It stopped letting me scroll. That was so weird.
Hello.
I could have sworn that it like gave you in-game lore. I guess not. Huh. I mean, I know that Tingle talks about some weird shit as you're looking for them. Oh, come on. Tingle's like familiar with the Tower of the Gods for some reason. And I think that at somewhere in Wind Waker, and I can't remember where, there is actually like direct references to the events of Majora's Mask, which is super strange because they're on different timelines. And a quick Google, apparently
Mario.
the King of Red Lions does actually explain that the Hero of Time left their timeline to, what was it? Traveled off to another journey outside of Hyrule. Which makes some sense, because that's the King of Hyrule. So, like, he's always a sketchy motherfucker. And knows shit that he shouldn't. I still wish it was clear whether, Rauru from Ocarina of Time is also supposed to be, like, in place of the King of Hyrule. Like, if it's the same character. Because it is confirmed that Rauru from Ocarina of Time is the owl, Gabora Gabora. And, you know, like, he's in Termina in Majora's Mask. And it's the same owl. It's not just, like, the Termina version of him. It's the same one. Not to mention that Rauru is the name of the first King of Hyrule in Tears of the Kingdom. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're cooking, man. There could be some stuff permanent. Oh, wait, I already read that. Really hope they add Wario World. I've never played Wario World. I legitimately think that's a lore thing. I think they did that on purpose. Because... Oops. It's like, what was the whole deal with this? I remember having, like, a well-thought-out thing about this that I talked with my ex-girlfriend about. We kind of, like, workshopped the idea. It's definitely Rauru is, like, you know, he's supposed to represent knowledge. The owls are very specific, very specific in Zelda games. They do represent knowledge. They're very, connected with the Zonai. They have a bunch of owl shit, too. But yeah, it's almost like, he specifically does that to, first of all, make sure that you're paying attention and like, actually taking in what he says. He just annoys you into looping it by accident, so that you'll, like, consciously have to move off of it. But also, I think it's supposed to be that he's, like, I don't know, not necessarily giving you information because he's on your side, you know? Also, I definitely think it has to do with the fact that his head turns around from top to bottom. I do think it's a reference to that as well. Deadass. More Zonai stuff would be cool, because I feel like Tears of the Kingdom was super underwhelming with how much they gave away. Like, they've built up the Zonai a lot in previous games, which I know a lot of people think that Zelda lore is, like, you know, not like that. But deadass, I do think that they've been working on the Zonai thing for a while. Because if you look at previous games, there is so much that sort of supports it. Like, a lot of the, like, architecture of different places seems really reminiscent of the Zonai stuff. And, like, they've always had, in the lore, like, little gaps in the actual history. And usually to do with the Sheikah, right? Because the Sheikah sometimes, like, disappear entirely. There's a lot of time in the timeline where the Sheikah just disappear. And that's mostly because they were, like, they were banned from using magic by the King of Hyrule. And so they kind of went into hiding. But also, like, a lot of them died, too. But they did know how to do a lot of shit that nobody else did, which is why it got banned, because, like, the Sheikah are supposed to be way more aware of, like, the supernatural shit and the magic shit than any of the Hylians. But yeah, when you look at the Sheikah, it does seem like they intentionally built in that the Sheikah aren't using their own shit, they bid it from somebody, and I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the Zonai that they bid it from. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom was incredible. I was not saying it's a bad game. I just wish that there was more lore in it than there was. Or at least discernible lore that I could understand. Because, I mean, it did explain some stuff that wasn't explained before, but also it kind of created more questions than answers for a lot of stuff. And it has me worried that they're just going to abandon doing, like, the interconnected, like historical way that they've been doing the lore across, like, almost all the games. I kind of worry that they're just gonna, like, say, ah, it's not modern, we're finished with that. Okay, jeez. Yeah, I do really wonder what Age of Imprisonment is going to be like. I don't really care to play it. I didn't play Age of Calamity either, but I loved the cutscenes in Age of Calamity. But yeah, I mean, Warriors games aren't really for me. Come on, dude. Yeah, that was a really bad roam. I'd like it again, but new era? Not sure what that means. I wouldn't be opposed to another Toon Link game. There's quite a few of them that are, like, pretty solid. There's what? There's, like, obviously Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, but I think there's a couple more that are easy to forget. Isn't it Toon Link in a couple more games? I mean, you could kind of argue Minish Cap, but I don't think that necessarily holds up. Yeah, Four Swords, Triforce Heroes, Minish Cap are all listed when you Google it. And I do think that's kind of accurate. Minish Cap came out after Wind Waker, right? I'm pretty sure it did. Because if it came out before, then I feel like that's probably not meant to be Toon Link. But I'm pretty sure it came out after. Yeah, I would be very interested if they add more Zonai characters. Because, yeah, I mean, obviously we got exactly 2 of them. And I do wonder if they did that because of, like, some sort of implication that there wasn't really basically any Zonai. Or if they did it just because, like, yeah, that's how they were going to reveal the information of them or something. It could, again, be like I was saying with the Sheikah, where there's a lot of games where the Sheikah are said to be, like either almost entirely or entirely extinct. And then you go further down the timeline, and it's like, no, those fuckers are everywhere. Different Zelda era. I mean, they could like reboot and do something really cool with it again that was different, for sure. I did really like the egg guy. I don't necessarily think that... I know that a lot of people say that that game's like super not canon or whatever. I don't think that it conflicts at all with the story that you see in the other games using those characters. Obviously, it is like the game is self-contained and basically means that it doesn't happen. But I don't think that makes it like not a canon Zelda story, you know? Nintendo worked very directly on it, obviously. It definitely does lose some credibility just by being Hyrule Warriors 2. And the first one is like the most fan service, no story, like weird Zelda game. But obviously it's nothing like that game aside from gameplay. And even then it's kind of just the same genre. Okay, whatever. See, I don't have any appreciation, really, for the original Hyrule Warriors, because I only saw it at launch. And it was, like, so bad at launch. It, like, just didn't function. It was, like, max 10 FPS and shit. I remember watching a Total Biscuit video where he was just ripping it to shreds. Okay, this is a run. Oh, come on. I kind of thought that might happen, but I also thought that he would have spawned already by that point, so I didn't adjust at all. I got a really weak skew, so my positioning was like not what I'm used to for that walk down down the hallway. Yeah, Xenoblade seems like it would fit pretty well into a Warriors game. Not that I'm, like, super knowledgeable about Xenoblade whatsoever, but that seems like a thing that could happen. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? I know that sometimes it can be hard for games companies to play nice with each other. And also that, like, developing games like that is sort of, it's got to pass through a lot of hands. Nice. Oh. Good. Nice. I think I delayed him. And also did bad on it. Whatever, a little bit below average. Decent chunk below average, actually. Poison Mushroom might take care of that. Yep. What do you expect, though?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Mario.
Mm.
Luigi. Yabo.
Mario.
Okay. It's kind of weird. Yeah, said that. Get a run, please.
Luigi. Yabo.
Oh my god, that startled me.
Mario.
Dude, I really need to turn my alerts down for myself. Thank you so much, Anders. Welcome back to the Speed Degeneration for 44 fucking months. That is an insane amount of time, and I really appreciate you. Really good to see you, man. And you subbed at just the right time, because ads start in 10 seconds and you won't have to watch them. Ugh, really slow so far, man. Alright, that solves that.
Luigi. Yabo.
Mario. 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 Mario.
Damn, that's rough, Anders. Well, you're here now. I'll be going for a while, because this is my special stream.
Mario.
Okay. That's fine. Oh, the fucking art pulled me off of the orange ghost. Golden ghost, rather.
Luigi. Yabo.
Mario. Mario.
god. Alright. 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 Alright.
Mario. Mario.
Nice. Wow. That was pretty fucking quick, actually.
Oh yeah.
Alright, this is the run. Ah.
Mario.
Pretty average now.
Mario.
Come on, I pressed R way too early. That was so my fault.
야도 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 야도
Oh yeah.
Good. It was Final Fantasy VI, and I'm still going with it. I've just been playing Luigi instead the past couple streams. But yeah, I'm really enjoying replaying that.
Oh yeah.
It like holds up really well. Like a lot of it is very similar to how I remembered it. And the dialogue's actually like still funny. Some of it's like kind of cringe and like, you know, the mid-90s JRPG, but honestly, some of it's like legitimately funny.
Mario. Mario.
I think that mashing was fucking horrible. Not quite sure, but I think it was. Damn it. Let go of the control stick too early. I'm really looking forward to getting further into Final Fantasy VI. I was glad people were stopping by to watch. I sort of had the idea in my head that it would be like completely empty chat and me just playing for myself, which would have been fine, but yeah, it is nice that some people are interested as well. Okay. Sure. Pretty slow so far. Yeah, not like trying to guilt you. Literally nobody is obligated to show up to the stream ever. Oops. I assure you, I've never even considered organizing my sleep schedule that way. I don't even consider organizing my sleep schedule, period. Oh my god, come on, man. So stupid. I could not get the positioning I wanted there. There you go. It's still usable. Maybe. No, it isn't. That's okay. Would have been slow anyways. Close. Ah. Could have been a bit better on that, but it's still pretty good pace. A little tiny bit above my average. Yeah, not too terrible. I like it.
Mario.
루이도 야만바 왜 앞서있어 루이 오토마 왜니 음악 루이기
Mario.
Whoa. Damn it. Almost. There you go.
Mario.
루이기 야무야
Mario.
I had some runs to Bowser that weren't on PB pace, but just like no resets. I think I got like 3 of those maybe.
Mario.
I've been hitting the YOLO walk today.
Oh yeah.
Still a little struggle with Biff Clip.
Mario.
Little struggle for some reason with the consistency on first bat skew. But yeah, definitely some good stuff. Just not anything that was like put together entirely.
Mario. Mario.
Good. How did that run live there? Yeah, it's like that, you know, that image of Joe Biden trying to solve the two-piece puzzle.
Mario.
That's what I'm feeling like.
Mario. Mario.
루이도 야만바 왜 앞서있어 루이 오토마 니 음악 루이기
Mario.
Should have been the run, dude. Somehow I just completely fucked up the control stick there. Don't worry about that one. Alright.
ルイージ
B run. Right here. That sure wasn't meant to be the run.
ルイージ やば
Mario. Mario.
Exactly. That was a funny way to put that. I like that. Okay.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Little scuffed.
Mario. Mario.
Okay.
Mario.
Good.
Mario. Mario.
ルイおいどやまんばほえそいそルイおっとまにうらルイージ
Mario.
Close. I walked into it in the wrong spot. Oh, that would have worked. Whoops.
Mario. 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 Oh yeah. Mario.
Nice.
Mario. Mario.
Ads are about to start, by the way. Just warning you. You didn't miss nothing. Whoa. Close. Close. Oh, the ads only just kicked in anyway. Dude, Twitch is like really delayed on those today specifically.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Yeah, it's a lot of years. Long time. Whoops.
Mario! Mario! Mario!
Well, I appreciate the many years of money back.
おいヤマンバおいそいとういおとまにうまかルイージ
Okay. Close. There you go.
야보 야보 루이지 야보 야보
Mario!
Yeah.
루이지 야보 야보
Mario!
Okay. Good.
Mario.
Yeah, pretty good.
Mario.
Lui oi 야만바 포에 앞서있어 우리 오토마니 음악 루이기
Mario.
Hate when mice squeak really loudly for no reason. Like IRL mice, I mean.
Mario.
루이기 야보야
Mario. Mario.
Um, it releases in like a month and a half, I think.
Mario.
June 5th, it seems like. That's based on a quick Google search, so I don't know, but that seems right.
Mario.
루이 oi 야만바 포에
Thank you, thank you.
우리 오토마니 음악 루이기
Damn it. Oh my god, I really need to turn my alerts down. That keeps happening to me. Thank you so much for the 169. It is porn. Nice. Appreciate it, Luna. Luna said, no worries, Anders. I'm here bringing the big bucks. Yeah, no TTS for small amounts. I feel like it would be a bit spammy. I don't know, maybe I should just turn it on in general. It's not like I get a shit ton of donations.
Mario.
Yo, what's up, Chaos Link? Yeah, I mean, if you don't want one, you definitely shouldn't just get it for, like, the novelty of having it. It is very expensive.
Mario. Mario.
How do I turn that down for me, but not the stream? Thank you. Trying to remember how I actually go about doing that.
Oh yeah. Mario.
Oh my god.
Mario. Mario.
Oi, Yamamba, oi, apoito, ui, otoma, ni, Black Luigi.
Mario.
Oh my god. Damn it. Close. believe that I have fixed it, I need to test it. So I'm just gonna repeat that alert. That's way better
No
for
worries,
me.
Anders. I'm here bringing the slightly bigger bucks to
Oh
get
wait,
the
that's
stupid
probably
robot to
quieter
read
for
it
you
out
too,
loud.
though, isn't it? It's not meant to be. Was that quieter for you? Is it too quiet?
Mario! Mario!
Surprised those candles worked that well.
Oh yeah. Mario!
Whoops.
Mario!
Ui, oi, yamamba, oi. Asoito, ui, otoma, ni, unaka, ui.
Mario!
Damn. Close. Let me see actually about this. Tell me if this plays the audio twice overlapping.
No worries, Anders. I'm here bringing the slightly bigger bucks to get the stupid robot to read it out loud.
Was that twice or just once? Damn. No feedback. I guess I'll listen to it myself. It'll sound terrible on stream, probably. But... Oh no, I can just do it like this. Never mind.
No worries, Anders, I'm here bringing the slightly bigger bucks to get the stupid robot to read it out loud. No worries, Anders, I'm here bringing the slightly bigger bucks to get the stupid robot to read it out loud.
God damn it. I unmuted and then it remuted itself. It's so weird. Anyway, it works now. I did it correctly. It's all good. Yay. And how we doing, Oogie Boogie? Good to see you. Welcome.
Mario.
Nice. That's good to hear, man. I'm glad. And if that trajectory just keeps going, it's going to be amazing. Good.
Mario. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Mario.
오이도 야만바 호에 아소이소 우이 오토마 미 우이기
Hi, Lizzie. Good to see you. Welcome.
やどやど
Hope you're doing well, Lizzie. Appreciate you.
Mario.
Can't sleep.
Mario.
Feel you. You're among friends here. Oh man, this already sucks now.
Oh yeah. Wow. Mario. Mario.
Maybe I should try something else, because I've been bashing my head against this category for a bit. I want to keep going with it. I'm just, like, a little bit bored of Area 1, for sure.
Mario.
Not super engaged with that part. Okay, nice. Yeah, maybe I do like a max percent or something where it's a lot more leeway to get to Area 2.
Mario.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work. He got too close to the fucking wall, man. Stop doing that. That time I just didn't let go aggressively enough. Close. There you go. Let's see how this goes.
Mario. Mario.
Haha, fair. I thought it would despawn a tiny bit sooner. I was playing that risky, obviously.
Mario. Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh yeah.
Come on. I hate you. So dumb.
やばい
This one, though. Out of Area 1. Let's go.
Mario! Mario!
Gorgeous. That's much better.
Oh yeah. Mario! Oh yeah.
Oh, come on. That's technically fine. But probably won't be. Oh my god, come on. That was so close to working, too. That would actually have been, like, so sick if I got that.
Mario! Yeah.
I cannot believe I did that again. Stop that. What's up with my gameplay right now? What's going on with me? Maybe I'm dehydrated. Maybe I need some water. You good job, me.
Mario. 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 Wow.
Good. Oh my god. Why am I playing like this, man? Sure, that's fine. Better. There you go.
Mario.
He certainly doesn't seem more powerful in the intro of this game. Okay, cool. No, I have that. I need this. And I got it. I think I have this gold bar. Pretty sure that I do. I just wanted to double check. Decent pace. No, definitely it's a cool idea, for sure. I didn't mean to be super dismissive of that, my bad. That's fine. Not quite what I tried to do, but it works. Yeah, cool. Yeah, of course that didn't hit. Damn it. Super weird there. Of course that happens too. Need to pull the vacuum in extra time. Not saving any of my time.
Mario.
What? That was so weird. Like, I get it that I wasn't hitting it right, but I really thought it would just eventually work. It usually does that.
Mario.
Yeah. I was worried I was standing too far forward. Lucky I wasn't. I'm missing a build. Didn't notice that. Probably Lydia's room. Whoops. Maybe I'm not in shape for max percent right now. I don't see why I'm struggling so hard with it. Yeah, I was down a bill. Pretty sure it was from Lydia's room.
Mario. Mario.
Oh my god, that one coin.
Mario. Mario.
I'm sorry, this run's alive? Oh, come on. That 3 HP was so slow. Good.
Mario.
Alright, we're fine.
Ui, oi, Yamamba, oi. Asoiso, ui, otoma, ni, ulakuigi.
Mario.
Cool. God damn it. Alright, max percent is not for me right now. I don't know why I opened all portraits. I didn't mean to do that. I mean to open all elements? I don't even know if that's what was in my head. I kind of don't want to have to do Chauncey 1 cycle right now. Oh god, Anders, jeez. Are you like okay? That's like pretty serious, I think. Ha ha ha, my arms are missing now. What am I doing, dude? Also, I'm doing dead percent and I didn't get damage. Oh my god, I'm not paying any attention. What is wrong with me? One more. I was talking earlier about how I haven't even watched the fucking Kaizo Iron, whatever that people have been doing in it, SM64. Is it like a damageless run? Okay. Damn. It's a tiny, tiny bit late on that. Okay. Whatever. Two more. I didn't think he was gonna drag me yet because of the stupid fucking platform. Oh. No, that's fine, don't pause. Whoops. Literally doesn't matter, really, if you do that. As long as you get the 1 HP quickly. Honestly, it's probably faster if you do it well on later ghosts. There you go. There you go. Okay. That was a weird sound there. Why did that happen?
Mario.
Oh, come on. Why did I reset over that, though? Dude, my brain is fucked. I'm gonna go back to any percent. I'm clearly fixated on any percent, even when I'm trying to run other stuff right now. We're just gonna get a good run of this.
Mario.
Luigi. Yaman.
Mario. 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 Yeah. Oh yeah. Mario.
Oi, yaman ba. Oi. Apoito. Ui, otoma. Oi. Ulaka. Luigi.
Damn it. Close. Alright. Quick break. Be right back. PB soon.
Luigi. Oda.
Here I am.
Mario. 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 Mario.
Yeah. I don't know, I like the gallery. But I guess it would be weird if that existed while you're in the hotel, you know? It makes more sense for it to be in EGAD's lab. I do also like that it's a Ghostbusters reference. The machine that all the ghosts are stored in LM3.
Mario. 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 Wow. Mario. Mario. Mario.
Oh wow, I did not mean to do that. It's fine though, it doesn't matter. It's just kind of funny.
Mario.
Yeah, whatever that run was not what I was trying to do. Yeah,
Mario.
it's actually pretty useful in a couple places. It's also a strat that I found. I don't know if you knew that. Luigi's just like the rest of us. When he opens his gaming console, he feels less afraid of the world.
Mario. Mario.
Ui, Yamamba, oi, soito, ui, otoma, ni, Luigi.
I don't think the skew was good enough there. Close. Nice. Whoa. This skew, however, I think is just barely good enough. But I can't tell because I didn't get it. Oh, come on. Alright, we've ramped our way up to the perfect skew. And still missing that. Okay, don't do that next run. That is the lesson there.
Yab, yab.
Mario. 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 Oh yeah.
Bad.
Mario. Mario.
Luigi. Yabo yabo.
Mario. 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 Mario.
Damn it.
Mario.
Luigi. Yabo yabo.
Mario.
It was actually like I was turned way too well, and I'm not used to doing it like that anymore. I used to do that every run, where I turned sideways like that after candles. Oh. I'm shocked that worked.
Mario.
오이도 야만바 호에 아소이소 우이 오토마니 우마그이기
Mario.
Oh.
루이기 우이 우마카
Yo, what's up, Morbid? Good to see ya.
야무야
Sometimes. Sometimes. Not in the full run yet, though. Maybe now that you're here to cheer me on.
Mario.
Thank you, thank you.
Mario.
Nice.
Mario. Mario.
You know, I was half joking, but this is actually the best attempt so far that I've had in a while.
Mario.
Not too bad. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, I heard about it, Chris.
Mario.
Is that new? Because the accessories were supposed to be more expensive.
Mario.
Okay, you meant the other way, yeah. Yeah, they're a couple bucks more, which I didn't want any of the accessories anyways.
오토마니 우마그이기
Oh, close. Terrible. Alright, Morbid's magic wore off. Someone else root for me this next run. Yeah, welcome back, Lou.
Mario.
Alright, this is Hypest's run. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only reason that the accessories are more expensive, but not the console, is because they manufactured a ton of this shit for it in Vietnam, specifically to try and play nice with America, right? Because we have like better trade relations with Vietnam than we do with China, where they used to produce all their stuff. So they did that specifically to get along with the US. But then when the tariffs came out, they were supposed to be like, I forget what it was, like 95% on Vietnam or something ridiculous. Which made absolutely no sense. So if they had stuck with that, it would have, like, good luck, you don't get a Switch. Yeah, Vietnam's back to 10. But yeah, I think that they didn't produce as many accessories there, they just produced Switches, that's my guess. Oh man, I knew that would fit out. Alright, whose run is this one? Hypest failed me. I'm just joking. Splatoon is really popular. Oh wait, he just said that he doesn't. Pretty sure he doesn't. I've never played a Splatoon game. Not for 1 second. You know what Splatoon is amazing for, though? Is, I got to pull out the argument in an Uber once, because a dude was, like, I ended up talking to him and saying something about video games, and he was one of those, like, oh, video games, why they all gotta be violent, huh? Teaching the kids bad things. And so, I just got to pull out the, well, actually, not all of them are violent. There's even shooting games where the whole point is to spray paint on the map to capture area. And he sort of actually seemed to appreciate that. It's a great connection to boomers. Well, you know, vandalism doesn't go against the Bible, I guess. That's the important part. But yeah, how are you doing, Kira?
遅いぞウィオットマにうまくいき
Close. I was too close to the wall because I let him position himself. You know, I thought that I was being too picky with the positioning. That's good confirmation that I was actually doing it, like, super correctly. Oh, I could have used that one, though. That was just a mistake. What's that? Close. Didn't let go soon enough. Well, we were talking specifically about shooter games. He was mad that shooter games are so popular. I guess I could just, like, lie and say that Mario Sunshine is a shooter game, but that's not the kind of guy I am. Yeah, Chris, Smash Ultimate is fun. I can only play Luigi competently, and I don't know any of the, like, actual combos. I can, like, do half of the string, but, you know, the actual combos I don't even try to learn. And it's pretty fun to play that way, just, as long as you're, like, not taking it too seriously, I guess. The part that sucks is you're either playing online against random people who are all, like, the worst, or you're playing with, like, your friends, and there's pretty much always going to be a huge skill disparity. Which kind of, you know, as long as you can deal with the fact that it's going to be one-sided, that's fine. Oh, you want to learn how to play Fox competitively? That's a bit different. Fox is kind of cool in Ultimate. There's not a ton of people who use him at top level. As far as I'm aware, it's only light, but I haven't watched Ultimate in a long time competitively. Oh, competently, you said. Okay, that's a very different word, yeah. You mean Shulk? That's sad to hear. Oh. I don't want to, like, say what's in my head. You're a cool dude, Hypest. From everything you've said, you seem really cool. Man, you have the most obnoxious shitter cast. Banjo at least isn't, like, super overpowered. He is still a shitter, but he's not overpowered or anything. He's just goofy. But yeah, Sephiroth, Aegis, and Shulk are all, like, have PTSD from online. It doesn't help that, specifically, Luigi has a terrible matchup against Sephiroth. That's Pyramithra, Lou. They're from Xenoblade. Past tense there makes a lot of sense. Not that I know when they quit, but Unfortunately, you don't really see good Pichu players because Pichu's not like viable anymore. There's not many characters that are like just outright bad in that game, but Pichu is one of them. He used to be like super top tier though, and then it got patched. But he actually used to be one of the best characters when the game came out. Yeah, terrible. Hating Kingdom Hearts is not that bold of a take. That tends to be the, like, default position of people who haven't, like, gotten super into it. For me, it's just a thing that I tried to play it, and I wasn't very invested. But, like, I don't know, people who like Kingdom Hearts really, really like it. So I fuck with, you know, the fact that they enjoy it for themselves. Like, it's not a thing that people tend to be into as, like, you know, a like, social statement or anything. They just genuinely like it a lot. Yeah, Sora probably was the most requested character. That sounds correct. Yo, I missed this. It's really late, but playing Inkling is kind of base, Kuro. Inkling can certainly be annoying to fight, but Inkling's actually like a cool character. Unless you're one of those fuckers who just spams the roller across the map over and over again, that's really unfun for both people. I remember one of the first online matches I ever got in Smash Ultimate, because I'd played a bunch with like people that I knew, but I'd never gone just on Wi-Fi for a match. One of the first people I got was a gray Donkey Kong with the username Autism, and he mostly would just do the dash attack. He would just roll and roll and roll and roll and roll, and it was very bizarre to fight him because he clearly was like actually trying to put himself in positions to roll more as opposed to trying to win. But he was still, like, doing pretty fucking good. It was super weird. He would also always charge up his punch and never use it. Yeah, Sephiroth is just an alt boss. He's not the villain. He is the main antagonist of Final Fantasy VII, obviously, though. Whoa. Okay, good. Any people who do say that are wrong, but there's not even many people who say stuff like that. If you wanted, like, recommendations for which one to start with, I could give you them, but... yeah, there isn't, like, a wrong one to start with, necessarily. Some of them are better than others by a lot, though. I don't recommend the first 3 Japanese ones, because they hadn't really figured out the formula yet.
Oh yeah.
Alright, sounds good, Hypus. Appreciate you.
Mario.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. It's probably the wrong one, yeah. That's fine. Decent pace.
Mario.
Ui, yamamba, oi. Apoito, ui, otoma, ni, umaka, Luigi.
Mario.
Well. I wonder how the 7 remake holds up if you've never seen or played 7. Like, it's still a video game, but I do wonder if it makes any goddamn sense. Hell yeah! Bro, did you know that I'm in the middle of a playthrough of that? And that it is, like, my favorite one?
Mario. Mario.
People do talk less about 6 and 3. Or 6 and 4, I mean. There's a confusing naming convention for the American releases, where those are called 2 and 3, but they're actually 4 and 6 in Japan. That's why it skips straight to 7, in terms of American, like, what we talk about. Europe as well. Although I don't think Final Fantasy back then was big in Europe. Yeah, basically, Final Fantasy 2, 3, and 5 were Japan exclusive because they didn't sell enough copies in America, but they retried a couple of times to see if they could sell better. So you ended up with the weird pattern of 4 and 6 being called 2 and 3. Then they switched to PlayStation instead of Nintendo, so Final Fantasy VII was just called Final Fantasy VII. I don't think being spoiled on Final Fantasy VII really takes that much away from it. Because, like, I'm not even sure which, like, what they would have said in that video with you having said that, like, straight up. I'm pretty sure I know what it is, but if it is what I'm thinking, it literally does not ruin the game even a little bit. Whoa. Come on. Be less of a pussy. Closer.
Mario.
Oh, okay, Lou, yeah. That's not even what I thought. Honestly, yeah, that's fine. It will, that one actually will change your experience a little bit, but it's fine. Final Fantasy 16, I have not even looked at it. I barely know anything about 15, honestly. I don't really keep up with the new ones that much. I know that 15 and 16 are supposed to be, like, good, but, Final Fantasy 13 was so unbelievably horrible that it sort of put me off ever playing modern ones.
Mario. Mario.
Yeah, I'm not actually that biased against them. That's just the reason why I haven't really paid attention to them. Right, I know that much. Honestly, I don't really mind. But I also don't really associate that, like, that type of game with Final Fantasy. I don't like how many menus there are, and the HUD is all, like, trying to be modern, but it's just fucking shit all over your screen. It looks really hard to keep track of, and it looks bad, and it's all transparent, and why can't we just have menus? Okay, fine. Nice.
Mario. Mario.
Also, yeah, I'm late to responding to this, Chris, but yeah, I did get that PB. I saved all my time in Out of Bounds and then messed up the insta-shots on Bowser, and it was obviously a 2-cycle, so I'm not, like, thrilled with it. I didn't even submit it, but I did get it at some point. It was a while ago. Come on now. Close. PB right now. Let's go.
Mario.
Thank you, Lou.
Mario. Mario. Oh yeah.
Let's go, Lou. This is the run, yeah. I feel you, Kuro. I really miss being around cats, too. I've never had one, but, I did spend a couple weeks at my ex's house, and she had 2 kittens, and they were fucking obnoxious, but I really loved being around them.
Mario. Mario. Yeah. Mario. Mario.
Alright. So far, Lou's
Mario.
cheerleading is working.
Mario. Mario.
おいどやまんばほえあそいとういおっとまにうまくいき
Mario.
Damn it, I knew that wouldn't work. Started just not being able to do it when I'm close to them like that, for some reason. Yeah, but that's kind of the beauty of it as well. It's also several very tough tricks. It's not just mouse skew. I prefer max percent over this category. I just want a PB in this one. Oh, I can absolutely PB with like a second, or if it's quick, a third try skew. I mean, Bowser 1 cycle is 15 seconds of time save, and I also lose time in that split anyway. Yeah, like, compared to my gold, it's 18 seconds, and that gold is not perfect either.
Oh yeah. Mario. 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 Mario.
Ah. You know who's cheerleading this run? I am. I believe in myself this run. And that's what happens when I believe in myself.
Mario.
야마야
Mario. Mario.
I have the exact same problem.
Mario.
I have pretty tangled hair right now. I've been working on it, but yeah, I let it get like pretty bad without doing anything about it because I was procrastinating.
Mario. Mario.
I mean, I'm assuming that you do, but do you use conditioner?
Mario. Mario.
Fair.
Mario.
오이도 야만바 왜 아포이소 우이 오토마 니 플라그이기
I'm definitely not the best person to ask for advice because I've only had long hair this one time. And it has been a learning process. It is funny that you bring it up, though, because for the longest time it was honestly not that that difficult for me to manage, but literally very recently it has started feeling stressful, specifically because it got pretty tangled.
Mario. 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 Hmm? Oh yeah. Mario. Mario. Oh yeah.
Didn't mean to do that, but that's fine.
Oh yeah. Mario. Mario.
Okay, good run. Fuck. Yeah. I really thought that would unskew. Okay, I don't think they're there. Yeah, no. Whoops. Terrible. Absolutely terrible now. Yes, of course. Wow.
Mario!
Not taking that.
Mario!
Dude, why can't I aim it up properly right now? Kitty clap? I don't know what that is. I am playing on a Wii. Like, obviously with the GameCube disc and controller, though. Nice. Oh, the stutter. Much better on that one. Oh, whoops, wrong angle.
Mario!
Oh my god. Come on. Close. Let's see.
Mario, Mario.
Good backup at least. Frustrating mistake though.
Mario. Mario.
おいどやまんばほえあそいとういおとまにうらういき
Mario.
Okay. Damn it. Close.
Mario. 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 Mario, Mario. Oh yeah. Mario. Mario, Mario. 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 Mario.
ルイおいどヤマンバほえあそいそルイおとまにルイーキ
Mario.
Okay. That was so scuffed. Bro. Dude, I can't get comfortable with any of these spots that they went. Bad. That one was just straight up bad. It was that simple. Oh. Okay.
Mario. Mario. Mario.
Nice, Kuro. I'm not a huge fan of avocado, but I know people go crazy for it. I support you.
Oh yeah.
Not a lot, no, Lou.
Mario.
In terms of UK rap that I can think of, it's like a couple songs by Rizzle Kicks that I like.
Mario.
Fucking, there's this one song by a guy called Ren called Money Game that I really, really love. Song by Skrillex with a group of rappers called Foreign Beggars that's really fucking good. I'm already running out of, like, stuff that I'm super familiar with.
Mario. Mario.
Dude, that's sick. Oh, I got sound glitch. I'm gonna just restart my Wii. Haven't heard of that. That is a very UK rap name, though.
Needed.
Oh, I think I needed to reload my game. That felt a lot faster loading in.
Mario.
I think I was losing a bunch of time. Yeah. That's annoying. Now I know. Welcome back, Joking Bomb. I don't know about half the battle, because, like, there's knowing, and then executing, and getting lucky. The theory of relativity. Any other speedrunners ever get, like, in your own head about concepts that time isn't actually, like, a set thing? But yeah, stream has been pretty good.
Mario.
Right, exactly, Kuro, yeah.
Mario.
Fuck. Screw you, man. Whoops. I was just saying, like, does any other speedrunner ever get in their own head about the fact that time isn't like a set thing? And then we're talking about, like, relativity, and that technically there's no such thing as a now that applies to everyone. Or, like, everything, I guess. Because everyone, you can at least say, like, we're on the same planet. We're vaguely tied to the same moment of now. I don't really know how much